want you to. All right, let's continue with my disdain of Kamala Harris.
I know you wanted me to feel at home, and that makes me feel at home.
No, that's
Are you at the
right.
point where, like, greenwashing and pinkwashing, we can coin the term influencer washing? I mean, if you want to, you can coin any term you want. I still prefer the term whitewashing. It just rolls off the tongue.
Get you some Doritos in your life. I am not
Now you're
mad.
gonna have a new sponsor.
Hello?
Okay, before I continue, I need to satiate my curiosity about this person, and I don't want to make any broad sweeping declarations without doing my due diligence. Copy. What does he talk about? I guess nothing. Man, I don't play for absolute neutrality. I mean, he follows Hassan, so, like, maybe that means something. But he has, like, okay, let me not make any broad sweeping association or assumptions without at least seeing. I'm skipping past all the superficial stuff. I'm not watching, right, cooking pizza for VP, right? Or really any of this other stuff. Well, okay, we'll skip to grieving the loss. You know?
Of course.
In Los Angeles, if you live.
Altadena,
Yeah.
and Palisades, of course.
But I just think about the things that you have to deal with, the ways
Or
that
someone
you
for the
have to
followers
push
to figure
through,
out that, if maybe they think genocide is bad. Yeah.
move through things as not only the vice president, not only a spouse, a parent.
I wonder how her team finds these people, though. I mean, he's not like a nobody. Like, he has some level of influence. But, like, he's not, like, from what I've seen at the very least, like a massive influencer. He must have, like, a huge, like, yeah, a huge Instagram presence, I guess. But, like, Access Hollywood host. Oh, he's a host of Access Hollywood. Turned influencer. That makes sense.
A woman, a black woman. How have you kept it together?
Because you know,
A South Asian woman as well. His interview with Regina King was sweet. I mean, he has an interview with Zach Fox as well. So my question is, why would you so easily? I mean, the answer is that, like, Americans just don't have any consistent politic. Like, it doesn't exist. But why would you so easily turn yourself into a whitewashing propaganda mouthpiece for Kamala Harris? You know what I mean? As if she was not a part of the Biden administration. You're supposed to be independent media for a reason. You know?
but here's the thing. I try not to let things happen to me. I choose not to live life that way.
Okay, she's also boring.
And maybe it's a matter of perspective because, of course, things happen to all of us.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was, you know, in many ways awful. I mean, people ask me, how did you feel election night and those first days after? I grieved. I experienced emotions that were almost like how I felt.
I'm sorry. All of this always falls on deaf ears for me, because yeah, you grieved, yeah, you were sad, and then she turned around and did nothing for 6 months. Were you grieving for 6 to 8 months? You feel me? Actually, longer now, almost a year. Right? She was grieving for 11 months of the election laws while people were being picked up, swept off the street, deported. Protesters were being brutalized, that she was also a part of when she was in the administration. People dying, violence ramped up, the genocide continued, and she was just grieving, right? Instead of fighting, she was grieving. And even now, she's talking about how sad she was that she lost the election, instead of centering the actual marginalized people that she claimed to be fighting for when she was running. What about the members of her constituency? What about the K-hivers, right? Who were getting deported? What about the K-hivers who are being faced with violence, right? Her base that she abandoned. Which is why it's so confusing to me that there are K-hivers that still exist, because Kamala Harris abandoned her base. Right? She conceded the race and said the fight's not done, and then she left. Went back to brunch. Right? Chilling with her family. Having a book ghostwritten for her. And that was the extent of her politics. You feel me? Well, the rest of us were suffering that we all knew we were going to suffer under Trump, but that she did nothing to stop. Right? She was so committed to like just being a copy of Joe Biden that she threw, right? She threw a layup election and left us with the consequences. And then she left because she's isolated from the consequences of her actions. Right? She has enough influence, she has enough power, she has enough money that she doesn't have to worry about being one of us. Kamala hasn't always felt kind of hollow for y'all. No, she has, right? I didn't believe her, being genuine. Right? She's a politician. Right? But now she's going on this book tour trying to like pretend like was right there with us, right? While we were grieving, she was grieving, right? While we were facing or feeling the Trump administration, she was feeling it. And she went on a to write a book while the rest of us were actually protesting. You know what I mean? This is gross.
When my mother died. And I was grieving not for like the loss of a campaign, like you lose a game. I was grieving for our country. And
that's why she went to write a book for the most consequential 6 months of the presidency, where Trump was ramping up. How she like this is what pisses me off when people bring up Pride 2025, right? Because leftists simultaneously knew about Pride 2025 months before the liberals did, months before the Democrats did, right? And they're dealing with the ramification months after the Democrats stopped caring. You know? And I know this because I was researching Pride 2025 when it was just in the fledgling stages of its idea, right? When there were leaked memos and pressures coming out from the Heritage Foundation about what Pride 2025 was, I was there researching it. You feel me? Like, and the liberals just weren't. They were too worried about convincing us that Joe Biden was the guy. They were too worried about convincing us that Joe Biden was the guy that we had to stand behind because no one else can do the job like he can do the job. He was young and fit and spry. Right? They were sitting here literally beating a dead horse. They showed up late to the party. They left early to the party. And then they're surprised, right? They're surprised when people are like, bro, why weren't you here with us? So I'm sorry if it feels, like as Chatter said, hollow, right? When she's like, I grieve for the state of our country, when she abandoned us. She did. And the book tour was the main point at this point. The main point of what? What do you mean? For Kamala Harris? I mean, I would agree. Like, that's what her focus was. Right? But it shouldn't have been. Right? Because no matter how much, like, liberals cry about Jill Stein is, like, on the front lines. Scroll through her feed since Trump was elected. You see Jill Stein at least trying to combat, right, rhetorically, what Trump is doing, right? I'm not even a fan of Jill Stein, you feel me? I'm not even a fan of, like, the Green Party. I have my issues with them. But you can't sit there and be like, oh, where's Jill Stein at? She disappears every 4 years. And then you just have Kamala Harris going on book tours while the country's burning. You know what I mean? And she's going to show up in 2028. And people are going to be like, where were you at the last 4 years? And then the K-Hivers are going to defend her by being like, oh, well, we failed her last time, so she was resting like she should have been. Because this is all politics is. Jill Stein is always out there, even though she loses. Yeah, but again, I have my issues with Jill Stein. Trust, I don't have to get into it now, right? It's not even an issue with Jill Stein. It's an issue with like the infrastructure that the Green Party as a whole has. But hey, Jill Stein praised my work in the past, so like, you know, she at least has a good eye for talent, unlike somebody. I have a criticism or to them, but again, have them be truthful. Yeah, they couldn't even get themselves to truly say how dangerous Trump was. Half of it was just decorum. We need the unity, and not a hateful bigot, which is fair, but you can't run America. And just that in America of all places, yeah. I mean, the problem is that like they were also catering to the right. If Dems were doing Joe Dungeon, they'd be more popular than they are now. Yeah, I agree. Right? But like the Democrats don't care about being popular because they don't care about winning.
I was so worried about what this would mean for the American people.
Yeah.
I knew what it would mean.
And so I left them, abandoned them, like a baby on the fire station doorsteps. Like, how does this compute in her mind? How does her fans eat this up by being like, well, why is this the first that we've heard from you in the past 9 months? Like, what have you been doing? Well, the interview knows she's been running a freaking book, right? But why is nobody asking her the question, why is this book more important than like actually fighting against the Trump administration? You know what? I changed my question. I said yesterday that I asked her a question about Palestine. I actually take it back. I walked back. That's the question I would ask her. Why is this book more important than actually fighting for the marginalized, oppressed people of this country? Because that's what her priority has been. Her priority has not been fighting back against the Trump administration, right? Her priority has not been using the influence that she has to protest the Trump administration. Her priority has been writing a book. And it's so funny, to bring it back Jill Stein, that her stands, like Kamala Harris stands, are like, well, she's not the vice president. She's not even a politician anymore. She doesn't hold office. What do you want her to do? Right? In the same vein, like, neither was Jill Stein when she lost an election, but that didn't stop them from being like, oh, Jill Stein does nothing after an election happens. Right? She just loses and then goes off somewhere and waits for the next election time. How is it any different than what Kamala Harris is doing? Actually, it's worse because Kamala Harris is trying to to enrich herself off of the backs of the marginalized people in this country. Look, what are we talking about? Kamal was also the vice president. There's weight and power that comes with that title. Yeah. But they don't care. They don't care. You forgot because they for the 9-month YouTube membership. I forgot I even had those.
What it is meaning.
And what it has obviously meant, right? I mean, as I talk about, I mean, look, I'm the eldest. You know, from the time I was 2 years old, my mother said to me, look out for your sister.
Yeah.
So from 2 years of age.
You've been protector.
I've known that.
She literally abandoned us on the doorsteps of the fire department. What do you mean she's been the protector? What has she been protecting? When she was holding office, she aided and abetted a genocide, right? And when she left office, she abandoned us to write a book. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
That's my responsibility to protect.
Mm-hmm. Big Sister General.
Yeah, Big Sister General. And after that election, I was not in a position to protect in a way that, you know.
Felt meaningful to you?
Well, in a way that I otherwise would have been, had the outcome of the election been different.
Yeah.
And so it was rough, but I choose not to, allow circumstances or individuals disempower my spirit. You know? That's just what I choose.
Why is she acting like she said something profound? I can't, bro. This country is so cooked. I can't believe I ever had hope in the Democratic Party. I had hope in the Democratic Party for exactly I don't know actually how long. No, this is not the same guy who's went to Israel. This is a different person. 3 minutes and 11 seconds, 2 to 3 weeks. I was coconut pilled. I was a fool. I was coconut pilled as a meme, slightly hopeful, but I didn't have hope for the party. The last time I had hope for the Democratic Party was when I didn't know anything better, and that was like in 2020. Right in 2020, fighting against Trump before the election happened. That was the last time I felt like hope in the Democratic Party. And shafted Bernie for Hillary. I was disillusioned. Well, I didn't know about like politics then. So joy, so much joy. What about joy? I felt no joy.
You know, I just believe, don't let anybody take your power from you.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody take your power from you.
Bro, does she only speak in empty platitudes? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm being nitpicky and mean, but does she only speak in empty platitudes? Like, it's just completely meaningless.
You know?
I do. I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but there is something I think so, if you can say that, if you can really believe that, then like there are so many others of us who can feel confident in that as well, who can summon what we need for that as well. Because it feels like in so many ways, like all hell has broken loose.
Yes.
And to resign that that's just what it's gonna be is not enough.
No,
it's not okay.
No, we can't do that.
And so
We can't do that.
I was not expecting to be encouraged this way. I mean, I should have been because I read the book. I know that that's your last few pages.
Why does it get shaky when it pans? I don't know.
No, it's
No,
not okay.
No, we can't do that.
And so,
Oh, because someone's holding the camera.
We can't do that.
Unless he's
wasn't
adding that in post, that would actually be funny.
expecting to be encouraged this way. I mean, I should have been because I read the book. I know that that's your last few pages say.
I'm sorry. I don't. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean, but it's frustrating, right? To see influencers take this role. You know? It's frustrating to see influencers take this role. It's frustrating. You mean she supports genocide? No, it's not about her. You know, it's about him. It's about what he's doing. You feel me? I'm just like, why? You have the opportunity to sit down with one of the most powerful people who hold one of the most powerful offices in the world, and you have the opportunity to ask them anything, and you spend the first 30 minutes, right, at least the first 20 minutes, talking about a dessert. And you spend the last hour, right, or 40 minutes laundering her reputation. I can't imagine doing that. I can't.
Thing, right? I'm
Never
also
be
just-
you. I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm not in these spaces in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, I'm not clouded, right? But in order to get to this size, right, in order to get to this level of influence, you have to compromise your morals in the first place. Very few people can get to a level of prominence where they don't have to compromise their own morals. Right? You can probably count them on one hand, maybe two. Maybe consider your toes as well. It's not just Kamal or the influencer. It's just like I feel every interview Dems do nowadays is caricature of the party itself. Yeah, and that's why they'll never win. Right? The party, like the actual base, feels anger. Not the people who are going to watch this. Not the people who are going to like this. Right? But like the people who have to get up in the mornings and they don't have time to watch a YouTube video about what Kamala Harris is saying about anchovies in dessert, right? The people who have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go to their factory jobs that the Democrats claim to actually want to speak to, right? It's not going to work for them. They're angry. And they're not just angry at Trump. They're not just angry at the Republicans. They are equally as angry, if not more angry sometimes, at the Democratic Party because they are the reason we're in this situation in the first place. Kamala Harris lost a layup election. She's not a victim, right? She is not the victim. She is a perpetrator in the same system that Trump is currently using to enact violence. Can't believe normies sorry about this slop. Like, how can you be so content that you be with being how can you be content with being so morally barren? It's frustrating. Right. This is my people, dog. But I feel better for my people.
And how you've decided, you've made the choice. I'm not gonna be that. I'm also not gonna allow the people to define who I am and what I am.
Absolutely right.
I'm gonna own that, thank you.
Absolutely right.
And let you know, in case you forgot,
Right.
what time it is.
And you know, that was part of that, the 107 days.
Yeah.
Is an attempt to do that. And I mean, I tell some funny stories. There are some choice words in the book. I must tell everybody.
Now I have a question. Speaking of, did you talk to Wanda Sykes?
I did not. I did not.
Because when you brought it up in the book, I said, my girl, this.
You saw it, right, when she did that?
This.
I keep thinking about that debate. And the thing that stayed with me is how she was able to call him a motherfucker without calling him a motherfucker. That was genius.
And the thing that I love about
She
it,
lost. I'm sorry. Why are we talking like she won? Why are we reminiscing on the good old days like she won? She lost. She lost. She's a loser. Oh, she really owned him in the marketplace of ideas. Yeah, and she lost every swing state.
that is whether that's really where you were or not, and I can't imagine that's actually where you were in that moment on that stage. I can't imagine. Okay, I could be corrected. I could be corrected. Because I was gonna say, while I can't imagine that's where you were, man, did I want it to be. Because, like, we were saying it. Still saying it.
It's just important that it's pronounced correctly. That's all I have to say.
When you called
Man, she really
Trump,
owns him. She really owns him. She lost every swing state, by the way. But no, she's grieving the country. She's literally at brunch, by the way. I can't. She's literally at brunch currently right now. Currently right now, she's literally at brunch.
I guess it's the protocol is to call in and concede.
Yes, after the election.
After the election. And he said to you, among other things, that you have a beautiful name, that he got to say your name, and that it's Kamala with perfect pronunciation.
Yes.
That it stirred in me, the confirmation of things you kind of knew, but that you really know now.
Yeah.
How did you process that? Did you get the phone and then?
Bro, I agree with Chachi. Who cares? Literally, who cares? Who cares? This is like literally the meme, like, people are dying, Kim. People are dying. Yeah, Trump's biggest crime was his microaggression. He actually secretly knew how to pronounce her name the entire time, and he wasn't doing it just to spite her as a microaggression. That's his biggest crime.
I mean, I have to say that, it did not surprise me.
It didn't.
No, not at all. Not at all. I was fully aware of who I was running against.
Yeah. It was odd.
Were you? Were you really? I don't think she was, because she lost every swing state. I'm sorry. I have to keep bringing that up. I have to keep bringing that up. She lost every swing state, every single one. The animation video just dropped. It's on the docket. Just send the link. We'll look at it after this.
The difference.
We'll look at the animation video, and then we're going to go from this. Because I want to get to the attack from within our community. I'm curious about that. And then we're going to go from this into the animation video, and then we're going to get to the Ta-Nehisi Coates and Ezra Klein video. Because I saw Hassan watch it yesterday, and I was seething. I was literally seething. Off topic, but a fitness tuber did a thorough dissection of Dr. Mike's thesis. Turned out it was poorly researched and statistical analysis, full typos, grammatical errors, dudes are fraud. Which one? Which fitness tuber? Also, what a surprise. Dr. Mike Israel is a fraud? Who could have told you? If only somebody said it before it was cool. Oh, wait, it was me. I did that. This is a 15-minute video? Oh, jeez.
Yes.
I'm curious about this as well. Kai reached 1 million subs and prove what's wrong about streaming. What is wrong with streaming? I'm curious. He got Elon unpacked, by the way.
His personal communication with you, his one-on-one communication with you.
Here, I'll be right back.
his
Enjoy this Kamala Harris interview, chat. I want you to eat it and enjoy it. Also, Old Iced Coffee, thank you for the 2 months. I'm sorry if I missed that. I'm gonna go warm up some tortilla chips.
About you.
Yeah.
It was Dr. Jekyll, Mr.
Yeah.
Hyde.
I mean, like I said, I came up with this phrase when I was running, especially in the beginning. We didn't have any polling or anything like that. You know, I had to just hit the ground running. And I came up with this whole speech that is, I know his type.
That part.
So when you know somebody's type, you may not actually imagine how it's going to manifest itself, but when it happens, it's consistent with knowing that type.
Right.
You know, I think we all will cite the amazing Maya Angelou, which is, you know, when people tell you who they are the first time, believe them.
Believe them.
So how many more examples do you need?
Within our own community, the kinds of commentary, the things that were said, the things that were misleading, the things that were, I imagine, incredibly hurtful within our own community, probably the most hurtful. How did you reconcile that? I remember watching D.L. Hughley repeatedly say, I am so sorry.
And can you imagine he did it publicly and he did that on his own?
Yeah.
I think he's an amazing man, an amazing human being, that he has the strength to be able to be so vulnerable, to say that, and give people permission.
Were you surprised by some of the other people who had things to say?
I mean, here's the thing. I believe that God will judge us based on who we are and what we do.
Yeah.
Not on what other people say about us.
I'm so glad to know you. Because it's just to have this conversation with you this way, the openness that you've had, and even in this book, it's a call really to like be your best, and that like if you can do it, we can do it. You know what I mean?
We are all in this together, and we just have to believe. We have to have faith in ourselves and each other. We have to have faith in knowing that, you know, there are going to be dark moments, and in many ways, this is a period of darkness. But we each also have light inside of us. And we need to see the light in each other and strive toward that.
Tell me, what was it about this book that you were hoping that more people take away?
I really do hope that by the time the reader finishes with the book, they will walk away with a sense of hope about the future. You know, often in life, the fight takes a while.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that you give up or walk away from it. You got to stick with it and see what is possible. I believe in what is possible.
Yeah.
Again, I'm clear-eyed about all the obstacles. I'm clear-eyed about the destruction of our government right now and institutions, and whether it be, you know, people who are going to be, their Medicaid is going to be cut off, or attempts to get rid of the Department of Education or Head Start, right? I'm really clear about what is incredibly destructive about that. I also believe in the future. I believe in Gen Z. I believe in our young people. I meet with our young people, and they have no patience for it all.
No patience.
They have gone through the pandemic. They know about the climate crisis. They're worried about how technology is going to make jobs unavailable to them that their parents had.
Yep.
They're taking the horse by the reins.
Yeah.
And so, and I know the willingness of people to organize and to engage in peaceful protest and to be involved in community organizations. And I want to encourage everybody, get back out there and do all of that.
Right.
It matters. It makes a difference. This is our country.
Right.
We are clear-eyed about the problems, but we love our country. As long as we can hold on to our democracy, we can. But our democracy, in large part, is a function of the power being with the people.
Right.
So the people cannot give up their power.
And I mean, if you're able to accomplish the amount of things you're able to accomplish in 107 days, when your back is against the wall, imagine what you can do with many days.
Yeah, that's right.
In many ways.
That's exactly right. And there are people in our country who I have met who are doing extraordinary things. I you know, during the 107 days, Hurricane Helene, and I went and I met with those folks, and let me just tell you, Scott, you probably know this, in my life experience, it is often the case that the people who have the least give the most.
If you rewind this, I'm going to. Running it back. How'd you like it, chat? Kaleri, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. Also, chat, there's only 2 days. There's only 1 day left for bonus gifted subs. So 5 gifted subs or more, Valorant will gift extra bonus subs on top of that. So it'll help the stream out.
I was about to go get that Eddie.
NB Shark gave it 5 gifted subs, and Valorant only gave 1. Thank you, Valorant, for the extra gifted sub. Much appreciated.
So how many more examples do you need?
Within our own community, the kinds of commentary, the things that were said, the things that were misleading,
Yeah.
the things that were...
What were misleading? I wonder if they're going to say it. I wonder if they're actually going to go into what was misleading. What did people within our own community say that were lies? Right? Were you not aiding and abetting genocide? If they're only gifting 1 for every 5 last day, it shouldn't. There should be bonuses. They even mentioned Palestine. Not that we've seen so far.
Incredibly hurtful within our own community. Probably the most hurtful. How did you reconcile that? I remember watching D.L. Hughley repeatedly say, I am so sorry.
And can you imagine he did it publicly and he did that on his own?
Yeah.
I think he's an amazing man, an amazing human being that he
What, it says under your stream banner?
to be
Does it? You send me a screenshot? I can't see it.
To be so vulnerable
And
to
face
say that and give people permission.
Were you surprised by some of the other people who had things to say?
I mean, here's the thing. I believe that God will judge us based on who we are and what we do.
Yeah.
Oh, she's right. And lady, let me say, the Lord is not going to judge you too fondly. She really thinks that she's the good guy here. I don't get it. I don't understand living in such delusion. Well, that's always been there. Right? They will add a 1 gifted sub for every 5 subs. And there should also be a bonus occasionally on top of that. Right, so you at least get 6 subs. But that's separate from like the occasional bonus that they give out. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Give 5 subs to see. I got 5 plus 3 one time. There's something different before. I could be wrong. I could also be wrong, so. You got a gift to find out. Mario never really got 100 plus 70. Why did nobody give me 100 subs? Chat, what are we doing here? I'm joking.
Not on what other people say about us.
I'm so glad to know you. Because it's just to have this conversation with you this way, the openness that you've had, and even in this book, it's just it's a call really to like be your best, and that like if you can do it, we can do it. You know what I mean?
We are all in this.
Is it too far to say that I think this guy should be tried at The Hague too? Probably a little bit too far. Also, Nix and Sierra are here, by the way. Nix just got spayed yesterday, so she's a little bit... I make sure she doesn't jump around too much. Or did she just wag into a loser? I mean, she gave him an interview. That's why. Access journalism, baby.
Together, and we we just have to believe, we have to have faith in ourselves and each other. We have to have faith in knowing that, there are going to be dark moments. And in many ways, this is a period of darkness. Mm. But we each also have light inside of us. And we need to see the light in each other. Mm-hmm.
She's a terrible speaker. I think she's a bad writer. And that comes across as her being a bad speaker. I think. What are you talking about? I have no idea. How's the comment section? I don't know. I don't care.
And strive toward that.
Tell me, what was it about this book that you were hoping that more people take away?
I really do hope that by the time the reader finishes with the book, they will walk away with a sense of hope about the future. Often in life, the fight takes a while.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that you give up or walk away from it. You got to stick with it and see what is possible. I believe in what is possible.
Yeah.
Again, I'm clear-eyed about all the obstacles. I'm clear-eyed about the destruction of our government right now and institutions, and whether it be, people who are going to be, their Medicaid is going to be cut off, or attempts to get rid of the Department of Education, or...
No, they didn't talk about Palestine. Okay, we're done. I don't care about the rest of this. Anyway, we're going to hear more liberal brain rot later. Trust and believe. Sierra, did you already finish yours? All right, sure. We're going to the Amen animation video.
We are being sued for copyright infringement, and it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas Zone. We did our thing and we made a reaction video about him on our second channel, Ethan and Eli. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us.
Chad, if you want to send me a link to the article, I'll take a look at it. Is it scary? Please change it. No. This is what we deserve.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
I love this video already. This is the first time I've seen Hassan game in years. This is the first time I've seen Hassan game in years. The only Hassan gaming we get is inside of Ethan Klein content. Sierra, stop. She can't play with you. Lay down. Thank you. She can't play with you, all right? She just had surgery. You're gonna have to chill.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker, the Leftovers podcast, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years.
Make the rich pay. I like being rich.
Broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization. And
how much of Hassan's problems come with him being a Democrat? All of them. Join the Republican Party, Hassan. Do it. Okay, sorry. Let me stop. At least 4.
turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
Sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend? What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
All right.
Hello, everybody. This is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 Show. All right, so obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation about Hassan. And, you know, I wanted to do a really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. The openness and brazenness with anti-Semitism has left me no choice. I have no choice. But I'm hallucinating, according to Hassan. Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now is that since October 7th, which has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts, secretly, silently, no statement, no explanation, has blocked an entire fucking country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on, before you answer.
Yeah.
But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable? This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123, that word. Yeah, well, apparently that's dope. In Hassan, it's by Hassan, and in his community, I Love Hamas 123 is just another member of his community. I'm being real. It's just way too many coincidences. Hassan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there.
He's the most viewed live streamer live right now.
Yeah, because they keep putting him at the top fucking page every day.
Yeah, but yeah.
And what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about.
That's Maya.
Penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking, when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't, and then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically, like you unfold the uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
Hey, stop.
And they just touch? It's not
Yeah.
like...
It's kind of like that.
Is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
I don't think that it's like that at all.
This is Nazi shit! S-tier race? Are you fucking kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hassan and all these fucking people are running defense for this shit. I have
All right,
spent
chat. Before we continue, because the video just came out, if you know, don't say anything. Mods, can we get a prediction if I get mentioned? Can we get a prediction? Do I get mentioned in this video? If you know, don't say anything. Say nothing. Hey! Stop. Stop it. Thank you. No spoilers. Just do the prediction. Vote in le prediction. Love in the throat, thank you. What, to tank all of my points? There's 400,000 points on no? You guys don't believe in me? There's 800,000 points on no? Okay, that's fair. Okay, there's 600. Okay, now it's even. 800. Okay, 1 million points on yes. 1 million points on yes and 1 million points on no. All right, 1 million points on yes, 1.4 on no, 1.9 on no, 1.3 on yes, 1.9 on no. All right, there's 1.3 million points on yes and 1.9 million points on no. All right, let's see.
Waking moment on this project.
Except for when you take care of your kids, right?
I don't think Hassan knows what's coming. I feel it might be one of the best takedown videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been...
Oh, stop. Look at the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge video. Honestly, I should know that.
I feel it might be one of the best takedown...
I should not know what that video is. That's a me problem. That's a me problem. Good prediction. Blame Tostito Friday for that one.
Videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been faced with such a daunting task. I find myself
Hair's not blue enough though.
Overwhelmed with the quantity of footage, and I have tried everything to avoid
7, 6,
launching this nuclear
5,
bomb.
4.
But Hassan has
3,
continually provoked
2,
me
1,
and forced my
0.
hand.
Are you going to be watching Ethan's content nuke? The answer is, of course not.
The title of the show is Hassan and Goons Are Evil, Cowardly Liars. Now, I, once again, am looking to not, to move on past it. Yeah, I'm just going to get into the Hassan stuff. This is the result of Hassan's activism. Hassan Piker, Hassan, propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself.
I want to think about that, man.
Think about it.
Hassan dropped new merch today, guys. What a dumb, cringy fucking tryhard. Please, can we just all point, make a circle around him and point and laugh? Can we please just fucking point and laugh at him?
And why is this? Why do we allow this? This should be illegal, and nobody cares. Somebody, please! It's insanely pathetic.
I'm about to hit Celestial, mate. Where you at?
Celestial?
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
That's what it's called, right? The one after Grandmaster.
All right, where were we? I wanted to say that Hassan is the human embodiment of the Che Guevara shirt sold at Hot Topic. He is that personified.
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
Yeah. I would love to open this. But I think things are too contentious. The hallucination is starting to feel a lot more real. Whoa. It's a little catty and weird, considering I feel like our conflict at this point runs so deep. But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it.
Out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Okay, Sam Cedar. iDubbbz. Okay, it's possible, chat. It's possible. I could be here just in the background. Just a little bit in the background. Just like the SpongeBob pointing meme. I could be right there. Hey. Sierra, come here. Sierra. Come here. Come here. Y'all not, please? Hey. Come here, doggy. Here, you eat this. Eat this. Sierra, you eat this. Alright? Enough out of y'all. Next, eat your thing. Okay.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare.
Rodney.
Wake up.
That is not anti-Semitism. The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. And
True.
this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly.
Docking when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
And I hope people bear in mind and never forget, as this war rages on, just remember why I'm doing this. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time. I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me, Ethan's stalking me, Ethan's all this. Yup! I'm doing all that! Here's the thing, Anissa and Ian. I just want you to know, I want you guys to know something. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me, and how much I want you to know how much you lose and I win. Do you understand, Anissa? And I'm not even talking to iDubbbz anymore. He's insignificant. He's gone. I want you to understand something. I am never gonna be done. When you see this, you know that this one watch, is probably worth more than your entire worldly possessions. And that upsets you because you're jealous, you're bitter, you lost everything, and you look at me, you see me, because me and Ian were in the same place, right? We came from the same place. And look where I am, and look where you are. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation.
Is illegal ship shit?
And by the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight.
What this guy is, can we ship him shit?
Weinstein, Ryan Kavanaugh. This is a really good experiment. Actually, you know what?
It kind of looks like Harvey Weinstein.
That's what I've been saying, bro. We made a whole website dedicated to that. Wait, that's what I've been saying, bro. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist,
crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area, and once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were.
It's the IOF. You know, I almost couldn't tell until they put on women's underwear.
The majority went to it. They're fucking Arabs. Was I owned?
Made with peace and love. Don't say Sean as the cow is crazy. No, I didn't get him. I didn't get mentioned. Honestly, probably for the best, you know. Rip Sean, indeed. Top donator on the right side. Thank you to our donors, Ethan Klein. He is the rent payer. He is the legend. This is a good video. I didn't actually feel like it was like 15 minutes long. Maybe you're in the credits after? Maybe. Let's look at every single credit. Hey, Sean. How'd they get my last name right? How did they know?
Ah, hello there. It's been some time, hasn't it? If you enjoyed the video, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. And if you want to see some behind the scenes
Wait,
videos...
chat, you don't understand. I'm this anonymous specifically. Kevin Hart?
Tutorials for just $1 or $2. Be sure to check out my Patreon linked below. Let me quickly thank my top patrons. S.E. J. Nero, M. Kind Eagle Senator, Ben Masters, Noam Stonsky, Hunter Fernandez, Dennis, Sebastian Denatali, Alfred Jericho Young, Tina McGay, Uncle Dave, Summer 13, The Irony Giants.
I think Ethan's gonna love this. Hey, Sean again. I think I got my last name right.
Overa, Dan.
Hey, Sean again.
Ferrars, Tom Servo 5, Saddle 88, Jerkwad Jerk Squad, Seth Baker, Milton Friedman, Carl Sagan Deluxe, Listopia, Ware Game, Gustavo Aguiar, Holland Randall, Luke Stein, Kaylee Vision, Scry Gordons, Randolino, KH, CHB, Brandon Scott, No Need for Topics, CE Spooner, Josh Yannick. So, this year has been rather insane. The real world events ended up outpacing me beyond what I ever anticipated. As a result, I will be making a big video on Trump, Elon, Epstein, and everything else that happened this year as my next big project. I may make more than just that, but that's the plan. It's been 4 years now since Sam Cedar, Stephen Robbins, and the Majority Report crew, and others, helped me raise funds to get a powerful computer. To this day, I am deeply grateful for your help. It changed my life, and I'll keep going as long as I can. My power has finally been restored. So thank you all, and farewell.
That's a good Sam Cedar model. There's gonna at least 50 Instagram stories. I disagree. You watch your Asthma one too? We already have. Replay? Why would we replay it when we literally just finished it? Maya did get a mention. That's pretty cool. It's an updated version of the original. What's the updated version of the original? You look the ways so much. Watch again. I didn't though. I don't think I missed really anything. So I mostly paused it and looked away briefly. React harder. Hope Maya sees this. Run it back. Just want to giggle with you. You can rewind it if you subscribe, chatter. I can DM it to Maya. Like, Maya, you got mentioned in this video. But I don't know if she wants to be involved. She is not unaware of Ethan Klein stuff. Yo, 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 yo. Hey. Nix. Come here. Y'all can't play like that. Nix needs to rest. All right? Not sure the great Alvea's publicity she would retweet. I mean, she doesn't have to retweet it. You can just see it. Probably wants Ethan Klein away from Alvea's at all costs. Sierra. Come here. Come here. Sierra. Come here. Come here. Come here. Stop, stop, stop. Come here. Leave her be. Come here. Come here, Nix. You know, you need to lay down here. Sierra, get. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? You just swan dived. You're not a single person clapped for Hexeth? No. Stop, Sierra. No, you can't go off on your own. Now you're just stuck here with me. Your end isn't working. I'm subscribing. It says for turbo users only. Try refreshing. Lay down. Stop. 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 Yeah. Stop. Stop. That was my own fault. Ugh. Oh, there we go. Sierra, that's my. Give me my bonnet back. Stop taking my stuff. No. No. Okay. Nix. All right. Here, I'll leave you with this for a second.
Over the weekend, Kai Cenat did what a lot of people thought was the unthinkable. And it's not just breaking the all-time subs record on Twitch, which he held, but shattering it by crossing over that 1 million threshold. He did something that puts a lot of people in a pickle and a conundrum with their feelings and emotions behind it, because while he did the greatest thing in the world, he also did something that he'll never do again and a lot of people should never look to do again. I think Kai Cenat has redefined the whole landscape of what streaming is. As I look across streaming nowadays and I see the big guests that come on these different platforms, while I do think that there are people that have done it before him, the way that Kai Cenat has made it just a normality to integrate these different celebrities into your streams can only be seen not just in his streams that he puts on, but in the rest of the streaming community as a whole.
Man, how much time
Say hi,
Because
Nick.
Neon is he is a part owner of Motherland now, of the casino, and I also am very happy that you're in business with me because we're going to play the casino.
Bro, is that Iggy Azalea? Bro, the rehabilitation of Neon is insane. All right, all right, all right. Come on. Someone's here. Come here. I'm back. That's not Anna Kasparian. That's Iggy Azalea. Different person. Anyway, what I was saying is that the rehabilitation of Neon is crazy. Let me tell you why. Twitch sent me a notification on the desktop that said, sign up for a meet and greet, download the TwitchCon app, right? I was curious. I was like, I wonder who's doing meet and greets when, because there are at least a few streamers who canceled TwitchCons. I'm wondering who was doing meet and greets, right? I open up the app, and I'm scrolling, and I see a site. And that site has confused me. Hold on. How do I copy this? I see this on my app. Why does Neon have a Twitch sanctioned meet and greet for TwitchCon? What on earth would want this? To bring his swarm of freaks into the general population, of course. Neon was banned last year. And again, I'm not sitting here being like, oh, nobody can change. Right? But like, why are we rehabilitating someone's image without any clear indication that they're different? You know? And it's just Twitch, like, it extends to Twitch bringing or unbanning Aiden Ross. It extends to Twitch reaching out to Cuffham to bring Cuffham on the platform. Like, what are we doing? You know, has like 20K bots on Twitch. His real viewership is 2K, yet Twitch promotes him. I'm not gonna sit here, right, and start accusing people of view-botting. But it was good. I haven't dropped in a minute. Thank you. He's only streamed for like 2 months on the platform, by the way. By the time TwitchCon has happened, he would have been streaming on the platform for like 3 months, essentially. Right? And his viewership is very variable. You feel me? Like, he immediately spikes up to 18K. Right? 5 to 8 minutes in. It stays at that for an hour. This weird drop happens with the verified users. His viewership goes up, but the verified users go down. See, I don't know what this means, right? He has 21,000 viewers, but only 2,000 users. And then it immediately jumps back up, and then it stays at this level at 11,000 exactly for the rest of the stream. No fluctuations, except for a slight drop here. But then it just jumps back up immediately and it keeps going. Is Aiden Ross only getting 1K votes on a poll and a stream with 60,000 viewers? I'm just saying that it's interesting. Right? I'm just saying that it's interesting. I'll take a look at your art a little bit later. Chatter. Didn't get it. There's exactly 7,000 people watching his watching unsigned in on his streams at all times. And it's like not even just this instance. What about this one? Which is a little bit more realistic. Still, like, he instantly dropped. In 3 minutes, he has 16,000 people watching him. Right? In 3 minutes, he has 16,000 people watching him. 13 minutes is at 21,000 people. Again, it's important to point out that, like, he has 300,000 followers. Right? He's pulling in Hassan numbers by having, what is that? I don't know how much Hassan has. It's not like 2 million, right? 1.5%. No, 15% is what it is. It's 15% of his viewership. 3 million? But he had 2 million. Okay, you're right. It's like 2.9. So yeah, so 10% of his viewership. If this is his chat move, I looked at that before. It's relatively fast. Like, he has viewership. But, like, I mean, he got a Twitch con meet and greet. I guess September 22nd. Okay. This is just confusing. It's... Okay, in 1 minute he has 6,000 people watching, which I'm like, sure, okay. What is this? How does his viewers fluctuate so much? Within 20 minutes, he goes from 1,000 signed in users to 10,000 signed in users. That's the day the bot action happened. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Point being, is that it's still kind of crazy for Twitch, in my opinion, to give him a meet and greet. Like, he was not only banned last year, but he, alongside Sneeko, snuck into TwitchCon, right, past security, while being banned on the platform. You know what I mean? And Twitch is like rewarding that behavior, being like, okay, come onto our platform. Here, have a partnership. Here, bot on our platform. And we'll give you a meet and greet as well. So then when Gideon got banned, isn't it? Probably. I think so. I remember that being the case. I don't know. That's just... I saw that and I was just like, that's a little bit wild to me. That is a little bit wild to me. But, you know, sure. So I guess you're wondering why bots came back, why Twitch isn't doing anything about it. Well, they're rewarding streamers who are doing the botting. So, I mean, it's just something to think about. Pay to play cloud? I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna do a good job, I promise. I'm not gonna let you down. Because now it's like, you're my friend, so
Even though I let you down today with this day.
No.
But I'm gonna make it up to you.
No, of course.
But yes, I wanted to get you a beautiful cake, and it's cookies and cream flavor.
I looked at the guest list of this past Mafia-thon, and I counted a total of 46 different celebrities that crossed through on any webcam that was placed in Kai Cenat's house. It's 46 motivational speeches, 46 helmet slaps with the noodle, 46 times that an A-list celebrity has been on Kai Cenat's platform. And I think it's so interesting seeing how during this stretch Jimmy Kimmel got canceled, albeit for political reasons, but Kai Cenat having these 46 celebrities in 29 days, it shows that there's going to be this shift in crossover from the mainstream media and what people are looking at, and now going into the new day and age where the streamer and the celebrity are looking at each other as equal. And to be quite honest with you, there is conversation about streamers not needing the celebrity as much as the celebrity needing the streamer.
Hi, chat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh!
It's my album cover.
Hot take, chat. I think we're at the precipice of the streamer bubble bursting. Personally. Right? Why you say that? As a chatter said, the only person who's doing this is Kai. Literally, nobody else in the North American streaming space has this motion. Right? The question is not, right, is the streaming space going to continue the celebrity culture? It's, you know, does Kai have the motion to continue holding this hold on celebrity culture in perpetuity? Speed's a bit different. Speed's more of an international streamer than like strictly North American streamers, like style, right? Speed's content is like not centered around US celebrities, more as it's going to other countries and doing stuff in other countries and more, you know, broad. Right? Kai's stuff is very specifically focused towards the US, and nobody else has that kind of motion that Kai has right now. So the question that is asked is that for next year or the year after that or the year after that, I think Speed could do this. Yeah, but Speed doesn't want to. Right? And Speed made that clear. Speed doesn't want to be the guy who's like, you know, sitting down with a desktop stream with Mariah Carey. Speed could, you know, go to an award show and be in an award show. But like, he's not like what Kai is doing here is similar to this Kamala Harris video we just saw, right?
See what
the celebrities are Kamala Harris and Kai is essentially Scott Evans, wherever he
say
is.
about us.
I'm so
This guy, right? Kai's usage to these celebrities is laundering their reputations, promoting products, and things of that nature. Right? Can the streaming space hold that relationship with the institutional entertainment industry outside of Kai and outside of Speed? Even if you include Speed, doesn't necessarily matter. Could or will the streaming landscape, right? Will they, like, will the space have the same relationship with celebrities if Speed and Kai stop streaming? And the answer that I see is no. Right? Celebrities don't view streaming as its equal. They view Kai as a vector for their growth. If anything, at best case scenario, they view Kai as their equal. Right? But Kai isn't all streamers. You feel me? Kai isn't most streamers. Kai's in a very unique position. There are maybe like 10, right? Maybe 15 people of the English-speaking streaming landscape, right? That they may view as useful to the entertainment industry. And I don't know for how long, right, that will be the case. You know? So I think that they're going to get their usefulness out of Kai, their usefulness out of Speed, usefulness out of streaming, and then they'll go to the next vector, the next thing. Right? Before streamers, it was TikTok. You saw Jason Derulo, shimmying and making TikTok dances on TikTok. Right? Because that's what was the vector for them to make money. They'll eventually move on. And I don't see streaming as having the longevity to keep them around, personally.
My new album cover.
Mariah's album cover. September 26th, so this month.
Yeah. The homie out here working hard doing 30 days.
Isn't that already for marketing? It's like a Reddit AMAs word thing. Yeah, exactly.
He got like people like Cam and Mariah and them coming on. These niggas didn't give this nigga nothing. He trying to get to 1 million subs. Cam, Mariah, John Legend, all y'all niggas. When Lemmy came from Zeus, him with the baddies, they probably give like 30 bands. I gifted like 15,000 that night. That's because we happy to be on the platform and we supporting him, just like he's supporting y'all. Where y'all gifts at? He trying to get to 1 million. All y'all should gift the homie at least 50,000.
The word celebrity that has came to Mafia Throne 3, Mariah Carey. Damn. And I only say Mariah Carey because I feel like her intentions was to promote her album, and I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with that. You feel what I'm saying? Because business, you gotta respect good business. You feel what I'm saying? But what was it?
It's not really that deep. They're just doing press runs to promote their stuff. Yeah, but I don't know what your point is, right? That's a bad thing for the streaming landscape, right? Because we're talking about longevity in streaming, and streaming being it's a form of entertainment that's taken seriously. If it's just seen as like a promotion platform akin to like TikTok, there's no longevity there, right? There's no like growth there. Like only sleeping streams should be banned. Why? Not saying I disagree. I'm just curious why you think that.
She didn't want to sing. I know she didn't want to dance. You feel what I'm saying? But I feel like Kai, he held up his end of the burger. She promoted her album. Kai spoke to the kids. He did everything that he wanted. He did everything that probably was her team intentions and her intentions. And I feel like it wasn't really nothing in exchange. If you're gonna come on Mafiathon, you feel what I'm saying?
Now, I do think to give Mariah Carey some grace, she isn't some big bubbly personality. She's more of the diva, the old school R&B aesthetic. But it does open up a very interesting talking point in question. Are we reaching the point where these, legacy acts, these celebrities need these streamers who have been, for all intents and purposes, traditionally be considered nerds, losers, dorks, or whatever the case may be? Do they need them more than the streamer needs the celebrity? Just a couple years ago, this conversation.
I don't think that's the right question. You know what I mean? Like, that's like asking celebrities, do they need late night talk shows, right? Or asking celebrities, do they need billboard promotions? They don't need any of this stuff, right? It's just another vector in which they can promote things. If it wasn't streaming, it would be something else. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't think we're at a point where like celebrities need Kai more than Kai needs them, or Kai needs celebrities more than the celebrities needs him. I feel like we're asking the wrong questions. You feel me? Because the point is not, who does this benefit, or is Kai bigger than celebrities? The question is, what purpose does streaming serve, and how long will it be able to serve that purpose? And I just don't know if it's that long. You know what I mean? Even if celebrities need Kai longer than Kai needs celebrities, how long will Kai be able to fulfill that role specifically? You feel me? Because it's only Kai. It's only Kai, maybe Speed. But outside of that, I guess maybe in a few isolated instances, you'll have like Atrioc and Doug and Aiden have Lena Khan on, Hassan have on Bernie Sanders. You'll see like Gavin Newsom pop up and collaborate with like Sykkuno and I don't know, or Bernie Sanders collaborating with Sykkuno and Pokimane and stuff, right? But like, how long is that? Like, is that longevity, right? Is being the mouthpiece for like modern entertainment, is that longevity for the streaming ecosystem? I don't know. I don't have an answer. I want to see what the chat has to say about sleeping streams, though. Boring AF stalling the growth of other streamers. I don't think it's stalling the growth of other streamers specifically. Just farm your audience for money while you sleep is kind of whack, not gonna lie. I mean, I don't necessarily see it as like much different than like other forms of content. You feel me? It's more of a problem with the way that we consume content through like personalities as opposed to like actually promoting interesting and engaging content. But I don't think you're incorrect that like it's not great. But don't they still use YouTube and TikTok in the same way? Not really. TikTok and YouTube are more of an afterthought now for celebrities. You covered the little TJ Kai Cenat drama. What little TJ Kai Cenat drama? None of those words are in the Bible.
Wouldn't have even been entertained because this was all a YouTube pipe dream, a Twitch pipe dream, some young kid's wildest fantasy to think that they could even get this type of celebrity on their stream. But nowadays we are genuinely having to ask the conversation, maybe not Mariah Carey, maybe you think that Mariah Carey could sell an album all by herself, but at what level do we get to where the celebrity needs Kai more than Kai needs the celebrity? Now I do think that situation was remedied when Snoop Dogg called Kai Cenat and talked about how he would essentially donate 50,000 subs to him.
Oh, Snoop calling me. Yo, Snoop.
That's my dude.
I got 50,000 subs for you when you ready for them.
You cap, man. I'm with Kevin right now.
I ain't Cap, nigga.
What's up, man?
Kevin Gates, what's up, player?
I'm cool, big brother. What's happening with you?
Man, you the coldest to do it, brother. I love your
Man, you the coldest to do it. Hey, you the smoothest to do it. I don't care what you say. You the smoothest.
Your intellect, your dialect.
I will say, I honestly don't necessarily have much criticisms of like Kai and the Mafiathon and stuff, just because, what am I gonna say? But I will say that I do hear criticism of it being less authentic, right? As it feels like more of like a round, like a round robin of like, celebrity comes in the door, take a picture with Kai, dap Kai up a little bit, and he's out, and the next person comes in, right? And I understand like that can be cool. But like I understand why if people feel like that's a little bit inauthentic. You know? But hey, 1 million subs is still crazy though.
Hey, this motherfucker.
He literally sounds like an old head. That's so crazy. But I'm glad
because he is an old head. He's Snoop Dogg. The long-term streamer has been able to maintain such success and influence. It seems to be generational. The new ones always rise. Yeah, but Kai just the thing is that I would say the new one always eclipses the last one. That's not true. It was Ninja, XQC, and then Kai. But like Ninja was larger than XQC was, and Kai is larger than both of them combined. Right? Technically, it was. No, that's right. Ninja, XQC, maybe Dr. Disrespect before that. Yeah. Ninja was an anomaly, to be honest. No. Kai is way larger than Ninja is. Right? Ninja, because he's white, was taken more seriously in mainstream media. This is why he's like freaking like was flossing at the New York New Year's Eve celebration thing. But like Kai just doesn't necessarily get those that same type of opportunities. He'll go to the BET Awards and stuff because like, you know, he's black. But people are still wary of Kai because, you know, they don't necessarily trust Kai. Kai's moments, I like when he plays scavenger hunt with his audience. Watching kids be so disappointed when they lose is entertaining. I think you just have that's a problem that you have to deal with. Demi Charm. That's not good to find glee in the disappointment of children.
Giving back to Kai Cenat.
Also, wasn't the scavenger hunt allegedly rigged? Not saying it was rigged by Kai, but saying that like somebody the prize was like 10K. Okay, we're talking about different scavenger hunts then. Let's talk about the old scavenger hunt. The one he did with Ludwig during Ludwig's thing. Was it last year? It might have been last year. I don't know about that. Oh, well, yeah. There was like a find me and Kai, and you would. Okay, let me see. I have to find it now. Yeah, it was this Ludwig thing. Find me and win $10,000.
A few months.
Wait. Find me and win $100,000. I'm done. I can't read.
A few months ago, I was in a Mr. Beast challenge where the winner would get $1 million to give to their viewers.
Yeah.
He's literally the Riddler.
Oh, yeah, it was Mafia Thon 2. That's what it was.
I did pay $2,000 for that plane to make fun of Kai. I'm sorry. I thought it was funny.
It's the winner. You're the winner. Oh, come here.
Get over here.
You might even use the podcast.
Oh, you got to use the podcast mic. Oh, shit. Let me,
My brother.
Hey, sit with him.
What up, broski? What up?
So this guy won. It was basically they were in LA. Find me and win $100,000, right? And you get like a. This was so funny because like this was literally Ludwig's event. Ludwig did not win. It was Ludwig's event, right? It was find Ludwig and win $100,000. And Kai was just doing the Mafia-thon, and he's like, Kai, you should show up for this or whatever. And it's so funny because after the winner showed up, the winner and Kai, right, left Ludwig on the roof, got into the chopper, and flew away.
Easy. So the guy did win fair and square. I will never take that money away from him. But it's true that he also produced a song for Drake and used to date Iggy Azalea. So I don't think this 100K is going to be as life-changing. And it got me thinking, maybe it's not the best idea to do Find Me Win $100,000. It's a cool idea. It's a novel idea. but maybe I should just give away.
Oh yeah, so let me kind of spoiled it a little bit. Yeah, this guy produced for Drake and used to date Iggy Azalea. And so a lot of people were calling it rigged. I would never call it rigged. I would never put that allegation out there. But a lot of people were calling it rigged because this guy, who was already institutional in the entertainment industry, right, was just happened to be the person who found Ludwig and Kai and got the $100,000, even though he never needed it in the first place. Yeah, because what person with money is going to be chasing down streamers? Red Kai's location. Anyway, that's what I was referring to. Probably spent a few thousand, used a favor or two to get the 100K. 100K isn't chump change. Of course it's not chump change, but what you have to realize is that, like, it is kind of interesting that somebody who already has money and is a part of the entertainment industry, it has entertainment connections, right? Because a star for Drake can make you that much money, can it? That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about him not being changed by getting the money. The point is that he potentially had the connections to become aware of Kai's whereabouts in a way that the other viewers who were also trying to chase down Kai and Ludwig couldn't. People are saying he's cheated, essentially. People are saying he cheated. Where's it at? Let me see. This was the most LA fail of all time. The bait and switch from anywhere in the world. A venture to a cushy podcast set in a roof 20 minutes from Kai's house, giving it 100K to somebody who's already rich, while other rich F-boys scramble to shuckle at the teat. What a world we live in. I got 100K from Mr. Beast to get to my fans, not a Ludwig fan. The first person in the world that finds me, in LA specifically, gets life-changing money. A rich person got it. But yeah, it's like, this is kind of the overall thread. Because it was the funniest part is that it was literally Ludwig's event and Ludwig's money. The guy wasn't even a Ludwig fan. That's kind of what people are saying, that it was fake, right? The guy wasn't even a Ludwig fan. He's not a fan of Ludwig. And I don't think he had Kai's location, or Kai sent him the location and split the money. Kai doesn't need 100K or 50K. You feel me? If there's anybody who doesn't need that money, it's like in streaming space, it's Kai.
Love for the younger creators, because I understand, one, how impossible this seems.
Okay, I will say, I don't know how much more I care about the Mafia-thon conversation. I might skip over to the Ezra Klein, Ta-Nehisi Coates discussion.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
This.
There are two things that are true about
No Grit FM.
No Grit FM. Thank you for the 3-month resubscription, or 3 months in advance subscription. Much appreciated. Also, chat. If you didn't know, now you know. We are 8 follows away from 35K. So tell your friends, tell your girlfriends, tell your boyfriends, tell your partners, tell your mom, your uncles, your great grandparents who may or may not be dead already. Yeah. It actually says 10 now. If you unfollow me to get me away from the goal, I'm just gonna ban you. I've learned my lesson. You think you're funny for unfollowing, but when you refollow, I'm just gonna ban you. And if you are unfollow for good, then good riddance. So I'll say on that. But it's funny. Then mess around and get banned. I'm just saying.
what President Donald Trump said at Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie.
One is it's frightening to see the president of the United States talk this way
Gives it to
about
Naka
his political foes.
True.
I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
The other, I think, is it's an opportunity. I don't think that is a strong politics. And for me, one of the central questions animating the show this year, that has been animating it since the election, is how did we get
here?
How did we let these people get back into power? What went wrong?
We? You mean the Democrats, bro?
In our approach to politics, that we ended up here. This has been a conversation I've been engaged in since Charlie Kirk's murder. And I wanted to have it with somebody who has maybe not liked the way I've been approaching it. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a writer I admire, somebody I have a genuine friendship with. In the days after Kirk's murder, he published a piece in Vanity Fair, pretty harshly critical of what I had written. He compared what I was doing there to the whitewashing of the Southern cause after the Civil War. I think it would be the height of hypocrisy for me to say we need to reach across divides and disagreement and then not talk across my own. So I wanted to talk to Ta-Nehisi about the piece, about the aftermath of Kirk's murder, but also about a disagreement, or a question at least, that I think is about more than Kirk. I think there's something very unsettled in the sort of broad coalition of the left around the work of politics, around who we talk to and when and how. When is that work moral? When is it necessary? When is it a betrayal? As always, my email, ezraklein@nytimes.com.
Did he just plug his email at the beginning of his own podcast? Like he just plugged his email. Like, okay, sure. I need to bathroom real quick. Enjoy this chat.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the. If you go back to the Vox days, I think you're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote a column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
So uncomfortable.
It's okay. What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. You know, I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy, and people often have a very, very different response than the one you had, which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Yeah, we did. We do text regularly, and we did text about this. So I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the college, there was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how politics should be done. So I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror at the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research, I had to be honest with you. That's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started going through all of the clips.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the. If you go back to the Vox days, I think you're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote a column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
So uncomfortable.
It's okay. What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy, and people often have a very, very different response than the one.
Run it back? You got to run it back? How far back? I did run it back.
Which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Yeah, we did. We do text the regular.
But we watched the preview. That's what I'm confused about. Why do people say that? I went back to where I left it. I feel like I'd just be saying stuff.
And we did text about this. So I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the college, there was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how politics should be done. So I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror. At the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research, I had to be honest with you.
The funniest part is every time looking at Ezra Klein, right? You could honestly tell that he's just not listening, right? Does anybody else get that vibe? Like, you can just tell that he does not care. Bro is not paying attention to what you're saying. He's just thinking about, yeah, but I'm right though. He's like, yeah, I'm right though, right? Nothing you're saying is making me feel like I'm any less right. That's his entire thing.
That's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started going through all of the clips of the things he said, the way he talked about people, the way he, described groups in ways that honestly, even as I was writing it, I was uncomfortable saying. And so the idea that this guy should be in any way celebrated for how he conducted politics. The fact that he just slurred across the board, all sorts of groups of people, and then ran in.
But have you realized that he died, though? You forgot that important part of the story is that he is no longer alive. Checkmate, liberal. It's Mr. Murphy, thank you for the 26 months.
Organization wherein, which appeared to me just a haven of hatred.
I think he knows where he's coming, what's coming, because he and Tanesi, our friend, talked about this before the episode. No, I'm talking about every time I've heard Ezra Klein speak or talk about anything, that's he doesn't listen. He's not a listener. Right? Which is why I said, does anyone else get the vibe that any time that Ezra Klein speaks, it's like he's not listening, right? Because I was not only referring to this specific instance, I was referring to a number of different instances where I've heard him speak about a number of different things, whether it's like abundance or whether it's about Charlie Kirk or about, defending the Democrats or the Democrats going rightward to pull reasonable Republicans, right? Whenever he has any of these conversations, right, it doesn't feel like the conversations are at all productive because he doesn't come with the idea that maybe I'm wrong and I can have my mind change. It's, you just must not understand what I'm saying, Because if you understood what I was saying, there's no way you would disagree with me. So let me just preach to you about what I'm saying, right? So that you get it, because obviously what I'm saying is correct. You know what I mean? No, not Ethan Klein, Ezra Klein. It's a different E. Klein. Dragon Llama, think about the 18 months. He just seems like he has no emotion behind his eyes. For times he's trying to appeal to empathy regarding minorities' rights. I think that's a part of it too.
I would not want that to be a model for my politics. And I know, as we talked between us that, you are not attempting to
that
make
he's fixated on what he's fixated on and can't see past his view. You're literally just saying what I'm saying, but you're saying it in a way that makes it sound like I'm wrong and you're right. That's exactly what I'm just saying. Yes, he's not listening. That's literally, I'm saying is that he is not listening to what Ta-Nehisi is saying here. Oh, I disagree. Then why are you presenting it as though you're disagreeing? That's how it's being presented. I say a thing, you're saying, well, actually, I think it's actually this. You know what I mean? That comes across as though there is a contention in the words that I'm saying and what you believe, and it's presented as a disagreement.
A statement for the entirety of it. But I guess I feel like at a certain point, somebody's legacy, or somebody does something that is so large, that it's tough to think about their legacy and take that out of it. And that's how I felt about it.
So I think I want to get at the right level.
It's her. Demi Charm is a her.
Of disagreement here. So I think one thing for me is that, I don't know, for me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public, when you see that sort of grief and horror pouring out of the people who loved him, and many people loved him, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right? To say,
I love that he says, when somebody is killed in public, right, and people feel sad, you say nothing about that person because they are sad. Respectability politics, you do. It's not even respectability politics. This is literally just white supremacy, right? Or just like insert systemic bigotry there, right? So what if Charlie Kirk was killed in private? Would it be the same thing for Ezra Klein? You know, if it wasn't assassinated and it wasn't recorded, because respectability politics is white supremacy. Yes, but he's not doing respectability politics. It's not necessarily the same thing. Respectability politics is an expectation, right, that if you act a certain way or do a certain thing, you would be spared the rod of retribution from white supremacy itself, as opposed to just like this like faux empathetic approach that is allowing white supremacy to go unchallenged. It's a different thing. You know what I mean? But like, speaking to what he's saying, it's very funny that like, he's like, when I see somebody killed in public, my first thought is to sit with the family or sit with people who love them in grief. Okay, I think you're wrong. But like, how far does that extend is the question. Because he's claiming this is a hard and fast rule. What if it was Hitler, you know? What if it's Hitler? Would you sit with Hitler's freaking partner in grief, being like, yes, they're there, patting her back. He was a good man. He did politics the way that it should have been done? No, you wouldn't. Even if you disagree with the way that he died, right? You cannot separate that out from what he advocated for in his life. And doing so is laundering his reputation. It is whitewashing, and it is dangerous. Ryan Gray made the same argument. If you talk about Kirk's fault in the same breath you talk about his killing, then you are sort of justifying his murder. And Ryan Gray's white. I'm sorry. Like, they are. These are white people thoughts. They're not harmed by Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. They can look at Charlie Kirk and see reasonable disagreement as opposed to harmful politic. I will not expect slaves, right, enslaved people to cry over their masters, right? I will not expect victims of the Jim Crow South to cry over the Klansmen who lynched their families. right? I just won't. We can talk about like the oh, excuse me. We can talk about the tragedy that allowed politics to evolve in the way that it did, to allow for that that violence to occur, without like having this expectation to marginalize people in the first place. You know? Thank you, chat.
Say, I can, for this moment, find some way to grieve with you, to see your friend the way, or in some version of the way you saw him. Right?
No. Like, I'm sorry, maybe that is a privilege that you have to acknowledge that you have. But no, I'm not going to sit with a white supremacist wife to mourn her white supremacist husband while they were doing white supremacy, both advocating for my death. And if you want to do that, go for it, by all means. But do that over there. Don't sit around and then chastise the way that I react to his death. Don't sit there and act like you're above me, you're better than me, because you can sit with the white supremacists, shake their hand, hold the hands of his wife, and be like, he was a good man, Erica. No, he wasn't. He very categorically was not a good man. And none of this justifies his death, right? But if talking about the way you lived, talking about the way somebody lived, right? When they die, if you feel as though, like, if you feel harmed by that, if that hurts you, maybe that requires some interrogation as to the way that you are living. Maybe. I think he's elevating himself above the conversation to be able to honor the bigots at the cost of the friends who were attacked by this regular dude. Yes. That's what he's doing on the regular, not regular dude. Yeah.
It's not my view of, you know, the person's whole legacy, but going to people when they're...
But it is. It is. This is the same way that Ezra Klein does not understand or recognize state violence, right? Liberals don't see state violence as violence, right? In the same way that liberals don't see that neglecting to acknowledge the legacy of harmful people in their death is washing their legacy. It is. It's like lying by omission. Everybody understands that lying, you know, generally maybe not good. You have the truth and you have the lie, and you can tell a lie. People are like, telling lies is bad. But liberals don't understand that a withholding of the truth is a lie, right? It is manipulation. It is deceit, right? So it's not just lying is bad, and the act of saying something that is not true is bad, right? The act of not saying something is true to mislead somebody is also bad, right? In the same way that, like, yes, you didn't like commit the act of violence against Charlie Kirk, obviously, right? And sure, you're claiming you don't co-sign, right, his rhetoric, but not addressing what he believed in his rhetoric and pretending like he was some saint when he wasn't is the same thing as lying by omission, right? You are omitting the actual legacy that he left behind in order to pretend like he was a good person, right? That's the same thing as claiming that he wasn't a bad person at all. You are no different than Candace Owens, who said he never advocated for violence, right? You are no different than Donald Trump, who said he was a good man who never did anything wrong, wouldn't hurt a fly, never said anything bad about anybody, right? You are lying by omission about Charlie Kirk's legacy when you don't address the thing that he said.
Leaving like that and saying, listen, I want to tell you really what I thought of your friend. Just feels, it feels like not what you do in a kind of a community.
Well, we're not in community with them. They are not in community with us. That's the problem. They don't want to be in community with us. They pushed us out of this community. Like, what is he talking about?
See people come down on both sides of that.
I actually think that actually is a great impulse. That after somebody's been killed, and not just killed, but because we live in the media environment that we live in, that it's seen and that it will live forever. And that person's family, you know what I mean?
That it was being looped in front of all of us.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think has a lot to do with how this was taken.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And to have to go, like, to have young kids who have to grow up knowing that.
And this is the problem, is that, like, Ezra Klein can empathize with American society at large and how terrible it is to view the killing of Charlie Kirk and the violence that is. But he cannot extend that same empathy to Black Americans who are faced with systemic violence stoked by Charlie Kirk himself. He cannot extend that same empathy to trans Americans, right, who are faced with transphobic violence stoked by Charlie Kirk himself, right? And the root issue to that is that he doesn't see marginalized people as the same type of human as he sees, you know, white people, white liberals, white conservatives, white leftists, white Nazis. Right? When he says it sucks that American society has to see it, it's a dog whistle, because he's not talking about the Black people. He's not talking about trans people. He's not talking about the immigrants. He's not talking about unhoused people. He's not talking about people who are marginalized. Right? He's talking about what he views as Americans, and that is Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk's family, Charlie Kirk's kids, himself. And that's it. But he doesn't see the violence that Charlie Kirk was advocating for as real violence. And that's the real difference between liberals and leftists, right? Right? We often say the difference between a liberal and a leftist is somebody who is anti-capitalist is a leftist, right? But along those lines, somebody who does not acknowledge systemic violence as a violence that it is a liberal, right? They are a liberal. Systemic violence is violence. Advocating for systemic violence is violence.
The thing that exists in the world. You know what I mean?
And I'll go one step further on this. One thing I wrote about in that piece that I do worry about is I worry we are already in a cycle of political violence, of mimetic violence. I think about Pelosi. I think about Shapiro. I think about the near assassination on Trump.
You notice how everybody he named was white, by the way? Right? Nancy Pelosi, Josh Shapiro, Trump, Charlie Kirk, only named white people. Only named white people. Because he doesn't see the violence that is committed in Black and brown communities by the system that he advocates for as violence. Right? Didn't name student protesters. People detained by ICE, right? People killed by cops. Didn't name any of them. Didn't name Palestinians, right? He's thinking only of physical violence. That's not true. People killed by cops, that's physical violence. Protesters being brutalized is physical violence. There's nothing that happened to Paul Pelosi that did not happen to student protesters. That is physical violence. He didn't name children in school shootings. Right? There is a distinction between what Ezra Klein sees as political violence, and it's only rich, white, public figures. He doesn't see police violence as a remnant of political violence. He doesn't see school shootings as a remnant of political violence. He doesn't see unhoused people being systemically pushed out and murdered as a hallmark of systemic violence, right? As remnants of systemic violence. He doesn't see immigrants who are being shot and killed by ICE as remnants of systemic violence. He doesn't see that as political violence. That's not political violence to him, right? That is an unfortunate consequence of living in a democracy to Ezra Klein. right? Assassination attempt on Trump, that is political violence and rhetoric has gone too far and it must stop, right? Paul Pelosi being beat up by a random dude, right, with a hammer, that is a telltale sign that the times have gone too far and rhetoric is too far and we are dehumanizing each other and we're too divided as a country, right? Fire being set to Josh Shapiro's house, that's political violence, that's gone too far. Children being murdered in schools due to policy failure, unfortunate side effect of living in a democracy. Police violence against black and brown communities, unfortunate side effects to living in a democracy, right? The killing of homeless people, unfortunate side effect of living in a democracy. The brutalization of student protesters, unfortunate side effect of living in a democracy. Because for liberals and conservatives, the state gets to do violence. It is a core function of the state to commit violence against the population at its own discretion. He does not see that as violence. And that's the problem. He can acknowledge the humanity in Trump, Nancy Pelosi, Josh Shapiro, and Charlie Kirk, but he cannot acknowledge the humanity of actual working class people because they aren't humans. Right, to Ezra Klein, in Ezra Klein's ideology. They are merely statistics. Right? They are numbers on a balance sheet for his abundance plan. Right? They are collective groups to reference in his op-eds. That is it. They are not people. He doesn't see that as political violence because those are not people to him. And that's the problem.
I think about when after that happened, I thought about me, I thought about you, I thought about all kinds of people I know, right? So I do think there's just something about when violence takes hold that like that there's something about it that it begins to breach all lines.
Yeah. So
anyway,
I guess
that was part of my reaction too.
I think all of that is understandable, but I guess was silence not an option?
Yeah, silence to me was not grieving with people. I felt it was important.
But why are you silent for Palestinians? Is my question, right? Silent isn't an option when violence occurs, but you are silent when violence occurs against Palestinians. You're silent when the violence occurs against black and brown children, right? You're silent when the violence occurs against unhoused people, trans people, right? Immigrants. Ezra Klein advocates for selling out these communities just so Democrats can get extra points. Silence was an option for him then, but not for Charlie Kirk. One must ask why. One must ask why.
As someone who is liberal, as someone who has a voice, that there are moments like that. Like I really do feel, and it's funny because you said something like this in your piece, but it was a little bit more offhanded. That political violence like that is an attack on us all.
Right.
And that in that
moment, that's the problem. That answers the question, right? We all know the answer, but at least he said it. The reason why he cares about the Charlie Kirk assassination is because he feels as though he could have been a target, right? An attack like that is an attack on us all. An attack on trans people is not an attack on Ezra Klein. An attack on black people is not an attack on Ezra Klein. An attack on the unhoused is not an attack on Ezra Klein. Right? An attack on a public figure is an attack on Ezra Klein. Right? Because he doesn't humanize trans people. He doesn't humanize the black people. He doesn't humanize brown people. He doesn't humanize unhoused people. He doesn't humanize the victims of our disgusting and inhumane immigration system. They are not humans to Ezra Klein in the same way that he is a human. Charlie Kirk was. Right? Ta-Nehisi Coates is. Trump is. Pelosi is. Josh Shapiro is. He is removed from the violence. This is the same exact reason. The same exact reason why Dean was crying about Charlie Kirk. It's the same thing. Ezra Klein is just more open to saying it out loud. You know? he does not view, right, systemic violence as a problem because he's isolated from it. Right? Black and brown communities have been the victims of political violence for decades. Decades. But he had no problem telling Democrats to run to the right, to capture the racist Republican voters, the anti-choice Republican voters.
For me, even if it's very temporary, that it's important in a moment like that to sort of, come together, to try to see other people in their grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit. I guess, given everything you read that Charlie Kirk said, and we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said, why do you think he was winning?
I mean, that's not really hard for me to understand. I mean,
he was a propagandist. He served at the behest of billionaires. Billionaires gave him money, right? He grew in his operation with that money, and the billionaires gave him more money for it. Like, it's not a surprise. Like, he wasn't doing anything like unique. Winning because his side is dominant. Not even. He was winning because the Democrats are it's okay. That's true. He's winning because his side is dominant, but his side is only dominant not because they are just better than the Democrats. They're just, or than like in general, they're moral or whatever. They are better because the Democrats suck. You feel me? The Democrats just suck. That's why. The Democrats have fumbled the bag when it comes to everything. Right? There was a vacuum of voices speaking to anybody because the Democrats also are beholden to corporate backers. And Charlie Kirk was like, I'm going to go talk to people because nobody else is doing it, essentially. Right? Not as similar to billionaires who give Klein money for his project. Yeah. It's actually probably the same people, if we're being entirely real.
For a second, I want to say two things. I published a book 10 years ago, Between the World and Me. And one of the constant reactions to that was that it was overly pessimistic about this country. It was overly pessimistic about the future. Why are you so dark, Ta-Nehisi? Why can't you give us any sense of hope? And the reason I would always say is because any sort of sober examination of the history of this country says that those of us who believe in equality, those of us who believe in respecting the humanity of our neighbors and of everyone, that we're up against some really, really powerful forces of history and powerful narratives. And the implication of that is, however good we felt in 2013, 14, 15, 2008, there will be backlash. People, those of us who were crying in 2008 watching Obama, give that speech, those of us who were so moved by watching him and Michelle and step outside the car and felt so much fear for him, and then when nothing happened, felt so great about that. Those of us who believed that seeing a black family in the White House mirroring what, some of us felt the best of us was, the best that we had to offer, there are other people watching that too. You know what I mean? And I don't take any joy in saying this, but we sometimes soothe ourselves by pointing out that love, acceptance, warmth, that these are powerful forces. I believe they are. I also believe hate is a powerful force. I believe it's a powerful unifying force. And I think Charlie Kirk was a hate monger. I really need to say this over and over again. I have a politic that rejects violence, that rejects political violence. I take no joy in the killing of anyone, no matter what they said. But if you ask me what the truth of his life was, and the truth of his public life, I would have to tell you.
Watch him be like, moving on to something else, but now. Changing gears.
I would tell you, I'd have to tell you, it is the usage of hate and the harnessing of hate towards political ends.
Then let me flip that question actually a bit. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean. I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right?
I love that you said that like just historical precedent is fatalistic. You know, why are we losing? Because, you know, historically, as a pendulum swings, it always swings back to the other side. That seems fatalistic to me. We could. This is the point. The point for Ezra Klein is saying that we could win if we just ran to the right. You know, the Democrats could win every time if we just ran to the right. We don't have to lose. We're losing because we keep giving stuff to progressives. Right? Not understanding that that's the Ta-Nehisi Coates is addressing that. He's saying we are going to lose sometimes because y'all keep doing stuff like that, you know?
I'm part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger. I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with.
Exactly what he says in the most roundabout
And
way
much
for
of
the
what
next
I
hour.
do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going. I am descended from people who in their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it. They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness, And so
Ezra Klein be like, yeah, but have you considered they could have just ran to the right? Why didn't the slaves just hate trans people more, that would have solved their problems. You feel me? Like, why didn't they just, be more homophobic? Boom, problem solved.
I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make. The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to sound flip here, political violence is the norm for the Black experience in this country.
Mm-hmm.
It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence runs through us. It is our heritage. Is that good? No. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present...
Dog. 30 years ago, a Black man was lynched on a college campus 2 weeks ago. Is he talking about limiting the scope to yesterday? He's like, bro, let's limit the scope to literally yesterday and only yesterday. Right? You know how like Zionists are like, bro, history started on October 7th? Ezra Klein is like, history starts the day after the last anti-Black hate incident. So he means yesterday. So he just said present day people's family experiences. He did. He's like, see, but having a scope that wide is just makes it feel kind of defeatist. You're making me feel sad, Ta-Nehisi Coates, by saying that like white supremacy is the thing. And I don't like feeling sad. That's literally his take. his take is like, well, if you think about things that happened before yesterday, it kind of ruins my argument and it makes me feel bad inside. So let's not do that. Can we talk about something else? Can we talk about something else, please? That's literally what he's saying.
A historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic. So,
bro, you're saying that racism has always existed. It kind of sounds like you're saying racism will continue to exist. And I don't like how that makes me feel, you know? I want to believe that racism is done with and dealt with and over, right? But you're telling me that historically racism has always existed doesn't give me hope that we're done with racism, actually. This is whenever know what to do with the black point of view. It's so far-fetched then they might have to actually live like that. Is literally saying that we should be overreactionary to the present are only.
To me, I look at the last, 8, 12 years.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We had a black president. We had a black vice president. No more racism. So take the last 8, 12 years. Racism, done with, over. What do we do now? Stop talking about all that like, oh, things are bad for black people and racism is a problem and political violence is the norm. We had a black president. Let's move on. That's what he's doing. He's literally doing the same thing conservatives do, being like, slavery was so long ago. Slavery was so long ago. Jim Crow was so long ago. What are we doing to stop the issues that are happening now?
And what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in.
Was it about presidency more than 12 years ago now? Technically. Just barely. It was 13 years ago. Wait, no, it was 10 years ago. You're right. It started 13 years ago in 2012. So it was technically still Obama's presidency. Point still stands.
Things I believe in lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so.
What?
Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in, lost ground. And people.
Yeah, well, if you were pro-Palestine, it wouldn't be the case. He's talking about Israel right now, chat. He's like, bro, the pro-Israel position lost a lot of ground this last 2 years, you know? Yeah, if you were pro-Palestine, that wouldn't be the case. You would have gained a lot of ground, actually, if you were pro-Palestine. You wouldn't have to worry about being on the losing side if you actually believed in Palestinian emancipation. You would look at the changing tides, and you'd be like, we up. Yeah, if you are a liberal who only cares about adhering to democratic politics, yeah, it would suck for you. It would feel like you're always losing because you are always losing. Like, literally. He's like, man, it sucks being the Democrats in modern history. It feels like we're always losing. You're almost there. You're like right there. The answer's like right there in front of you. It does feel like the Democrats are always losing. Maybe the answer is not run to the right. Maybe the answer is that Democratic policies of standing for nothing, right, are bad. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy.
People determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right?
Sure.
And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of...
if by almost lost to him, he almost did a coup that overturned the election, then maybe. But like Joe Biden handedly won that election. Like we did not almost lose to Donald. See, this is the problem. Ezra Klein is trying his hardest to make conservative politics seem like it has mass appeal. It doesn't. His goal here is to pretend like conservatism is popular. It isn't. It's not. Because his goal is to bring the Democrats to the right. If you filter his entire spiel here, and the entirety of this entire video, through the lens of Ezra Klein is trying to pull the Democrats to the right, what he's doing is very clear. He's pretending like the Republican Party is super omega strong, but also omega popular, right? And we are losing the battle of the hearts and minds of people to conservatism. That's not true. It's not true. Joe Biden handedly won against Donald Trump in 2020, right? Kamala Harris lost badly because she was running to the right on issues. Your framework fails. Is a failure. Kamala Harris lost as bad as she did because she did what Ezra Klein says that she should have done. She campaigned with Liz Cheney. She ran to the right on trans issues, ran to the right on border issues, ran to the right on Gaza, right? Ran away from unions, ran away from anything that is slightly populist, right? And said that she would do nothing different than the Biden administration that was already running to the right years prior. And she lost by an insane margin. Every swing state loss. Conservatism is not popular. It's not. It is not popular. Populism is popular. Addressing people's material conditions are popular. And you could tell that by Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani, like being so far ahead in the New York City primary, shows that it's not running to the right that is popular. It's addressing people's material concerns that is popular. Right? But it's literally Ezra Klein's job. Ezra Klein gets paid from billionaires specifically to pretend like Zohran Mamdani doesn't exist. What he is doing here, socialism isn't popular. Socialism is popular, not by name. That's the thing, right? The tenets of socialism, right, is popular. Addressing people's material concerns is popular. There is still red scare propaganda you have to contend with, right? But Zohran Mamdani is a part of the DSA, right? He's very openly a brown Muslim socialist man, and he's crushing. He's crushing. You know what I mean? But again, it is Ezra Klein's job. It is his job to try to convince us that it's the opposite. Because he's paid by billionaires. But I think people don't get behind socialism if conservative ideas isn't popular. Shadow, what are you talking about? Have you not been listening to what I've been saying for the past 5 minutes? They do get behind socialism. Zohran Mamdani is a socialist. He's a brown Muslim socialist. Zohran's barely offering socialism. He's offering free buses, rent-frees, and universal childcare. What do you think those things are based in? Those things are not socialism inherently, but they're based in the same tenets of socialism. Bernie Sanders, AOC. These are not like very overt, like, oh, I'm socialist stuff or whatever. Right? But they appeal to people's material conditions. That's all you need to do. That is literally what's popular. That is what is bringing people out to vote for them. right? You have conservatives who are like, I don't like the trans stuff that the Democrats are saying, but that Bernie Sanders guy, I kind of like him. Conservatives love Bernie Sanders, they love AOC, and they love Zohran Mamdani. Like, one has to ask why that's the case. Why Kamala Harris spending millions of dollars appealing to them, and she got zero movement in the independent vote, but Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Zohran Mamdani seems to capture conservative attention, right? Alongside like leftist attention as well. Because they address people's material conditions. That's it. They address people's material conditions. They say, what do you want? You want free buses? I'm going to give you free buses, right? You want lower prices? I'm going to give you free prices. And the reason why they can do that is because they're not beholden to the same thing, right, that Ezra Klein or Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton are beholden to, and that is capitalist overlords, right? Kamala Harris cannot make the buses free because she gets paid to not make the buses free. Kamala Harris cannot lower grocery store prices in the same way that Donald Trump cannot lower grocery store prices because they get paid to keep the grocery store prices high. Kamala Harris cannot freeze rents because she gets paid to keep the rents raised. That's the entire point. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Zohran Mamdani are not getting paid by the billionaires to keep the status quoing, right? Ezra Klein is. And so that is why he pretends, right? That is why he pretends like populism is unpopular. That is why he pretends like the only way to win elections is to run to the right. Because he's paid to say that. Right? That's where abundance comes from. Abundance, the tenets of abundance is that government oversight and regulations and bureaucracy and red tape are what's standing in the way of progress. That is what abundance says. It's not actually address people's material concerns, right? And they will vote for you because you are doing things that they like, right? Because his goal is not to get people to vote for the Democrats. His goal is to placate the corporate overlords, right? I think you're correct, but I think Ezra is paid to say that because that's who he is. He found himself a place where he will do what they need without the need of policy directly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? We agree, right? That's the take. Ezra Klein has to disregard populism because he's literally getting paid to believe the opposite, to stand for the opposite. And so once you filter, isn't abundance just right-wing politics then? Yes. Abundance is right-wing, exactly. Right? It is right-wing politics. It is. But he has to pretend like it's not. It's simply repackaged and rebranded, yeah. It is literally LARPing as a sinner. Exactly. They're just calling it something else to not like Republicans. Yes. It's exactly what the Democrats are. The Democrats being controlled opposition to call itself something differently, to just run off the not being the Republicans party is literally what abundance is, right? It is Republican era politics of deregulation, right? And adhering to corporate benefactors and overlords with a different name to make it sound good for the Democratic base, right? Because they've learned that Democrats are not going to vote for deregulation, right? The Democratic base does not like deregulation. There's been decades of policy crafting from Democrats and Democratic politicians for regulation. They know that they can't run on deregulation. So they repackaged deregulation as abundance and then sung it back to the consumer, hopefully to change people's mind. That is what Ezra Klein is doing here. This is his brand. Yeah.
Voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then 2024, we really got our asses handed to us. And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me,
and again,
it's not enough.
The reason why he's not saying what strategic decisions he's talking about is his goal is to bury the lead. You know what I mean? What he's talking about is he's talking about being pro-trans. You feel me? What he's talking about is being pro-black, right? Pro-Palestinian, right? Even though Democrats weren't that. He's saying that like the strategic decisions to like move to the left is what caused 2024 to happen. Therefore, we must be moving to the right. We must start moving to the right. We must abandon trans people. We must abandon queer people. We must abandon black people. We must abandon brown people. We must abandon immigrants. We must abandon unhoused people. Right? We must abandon neurodivergent people. We must abandon all the marginalized people the Democrats are supposed to care about because it's not strategic. How are they allowed to say that? They're not, which is why they don't say it. That's the double speak. Right? That's why he's not saying it. That's why they say we need a big tent. Right? It's manipulation.
We lost. Their backlashes, sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very
enough people
fundamental
left to vote for them by doing that. Yeah, but that's the point though, right? Their goal is not to win elections. Their goal is to make their corporate benefactors happy. Right? The goal for Democrats is not to win. It's not to be effective. It's not to actually garner power. Right? I don't understand why he doesn't just move to Republicans since he loves them so much. I mean, he's already getting paid. Why would you move, you know? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The billionaires will give him money specifically to be controlled opposition. You know? Yeah, we already saw the Amon animation video.
Like a disciplined, strategic rethinking of what have we been doing? Why are people...
But I'll watch it again if you get 3 friends to follow me because we're almost at 35K. I don't know, I just like that.
Preferring this to us. And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that there is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense I was talking about Kirk, but in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across this show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I had intended probably. But
right is popular working class because they stole the left's rhetoric on workers' rights. Yeah, that's a big part of it as well. 100%. Right? And the left abandoned the working class. How do people listen to this guy? He gets paid. Have you heard of the term industry plant? That's what Ezra Klein is. Ezra Klein is an industry plant, but for political pundits. He's the Claro of Democratic Party. That's crazy.
I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that writing them off, please?
Thank you. I'll say what he means, chat. He won't say what he means. He means conservatives. He means the Nazis. He means the Klansmen. Again, filter everything he's saying through Ezra Klein's goal, and that is to move the Democrats to the right. And this is what you should do for every political commentator. You understand, first and foremost, what is their goal? What are they trying to do? And once you understand that, everything they say, right, can be filtered back through that goal. Everything that they say can be filtered through, this is what they actually mean, despite this being what they're actually saying. Right? He's talking about writing off conservatives or right-wingers. He wants the big tent of bringing racists in, and thinks that the left is too scary and mean to racist people. Watch.
Yeah, why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up.
It is kind of funny seeing Hillary Clinton say that Trump's supporters are Islamophobic. But, you know.
He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people, now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited.
She is right, though.
Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
I think she was right, though. Whether or not she should have said it, different story. I think she's correct. Right? I think that she is right. Isn't that how you get people to vote for you, though? Yo, but you shouldn't get those people to vote for you anyway, you know? I'll stand on that. Right? I think it was net neutral. That's my... I think her statements, net neutral. I don't think it lost her any votes in a perfect world because those shouldn't have been the people you were courting in the first place, right? Like Trump and Trump's policies were fringe at the time. And she's right, but also what did the Clintons have to offer on her campaign? Nothing. Right? But like this, it wasn't this statement that caused her campaign to fail. You know what I mean? All she needed to say was, we need healthcare for all those people too. I mean, she was never going to say that. Let's be entirely real. Right? But again, not even. This is the problem. Right? This is the problem. I do think running on populism will get the right wing on your side. But this is what I disagree with Hassan about. You don't need the right wing to win. You don't. Right? If the Democrats did populism, they would never lose another election in their life, not because the racist people would vote for them, right? But because the non-voters would vote for them. You feel me? You don't need the Nazis to vote for you to win. It'll be cool. It'll be sick. Right? Sure. But you don't need them. You need to get the people who are sitting on their couch thinking that the government doesn't work for them out to vote. You don't need the Nazis. You don't need the Klansmen. You don't need the racists. You don't need the Islamophobes. You don't need the transphobes. Like the overt ones, right? Not like we live in a white supremacist society, so everybody is a little bit white supremacist. But the wealthy class don't want populism. Yeah, but the wealthy class is not the 99%, Demi Charm. You know what I mean? They're the 1% for a reason. That's why they're called the 1%. They are only 1% of the population, right? The 33% of the country, eligible voters who don't vote, they are working class people. They're a working class. Yeah, but they're the ones buying influence. No, they're not buying influence, right? They're not going to voters being like, here's some cash, vote for me, right? Because they don't vote. We're talking about people who don't vote. You're talking about people who literally do not vote. They're not beholden to the Democrats. They're not beholden to the Republicans. They're not being influenced at all. They are sitting on their couch. Right? Otherwise, you're buying influence from politicians. Oh, I mean, maybe, but like we're not talking about that at this point, right? We're talking about if the wealthy weren't buying influence, this is what you should say. If you're not bought by wealthy people, you should say this if you wanted to win. Right? That's the point. You feel me? I mean, they literally do give people cash for votes, too. Not, like, as often. Do you see Hassan having a significant role in campaigning against Dems or Republicans or just as a streamer? I don't think Hassan's influence is significant when it comes to turning out non-voters. Right. It's more of a systemic thing that you need to change as opposed to like one person. I don't even think one politician could do it either, right? But what you have to realize is that the goals for the Republicans and for the Democrats and for third parties are not to turn out non-voters. And that is my problem with the prominent independent or third party candidates in campaigns. Nobody cares about turning out non-voters. It's everybody fighting over the same 2/3 of the country, completely leaving this 1/3 of the country out there to be completely like isolated. You feel me? Right? And doing populist policies will attract the left wing. It will attract the right wing. But more importantly of all, it will attract the people who are sitting on their couch. Right? And that's the people that you need to win. That's why part of why Zoran is winning, getting turned out from non-voters, 100%. Right? Like legitimately, I've said it before, when criticizing Kamala Harris, and I'll say it again, if there is one person, a single person who is actually doing this, it's Zoran Mamdani. Right? Bernie tried. He didn't, he got hamstringed. You feel me? AOC is a different story. But I think Zoran Mamdani is like legitimately. I don't know if it's a perfect set of circumstances, right? But he's the only person I've seen in contemporary politics who are able to bring that turnout to the way that it needs to get, which is why he should be like front and center of the Democratic Party, right? He should be first endorsements. He should be Bernie tore his ACL. He's also old, you know what I mean? I think the more a politician represents all Americans, the more votes she'll get. So you should engage with Nazis. Every human has volition. No! The reason why you don't engage with Nazis specifically. Nazis get the same thing everything else gets. I'm sorry. Do we have a problem with the left thinking that we give Nazis cake and everybody else gruel? No. Nazis get the same gruel everybody else gets. That's it. Nazis get gruel too, all right? But they get the same gruel everybody else gets. They don't get special treatment. They don't get specifically catered to, especially when you realize that there are people out there who aren't even eating anything. Again, we're fighting over the same 2/3 of the country. 1/3 of the eligible voting population does not vote. You do not need the Nazis to win. I don't know why this is crazy. Right? You don't. You do not need the Nazis to win. I guarantee you there are people in your life, in your family, right, who have never voted in their life. Chat. That's who the Democrats need to be appealing to. But all too often, do they try to appeal to Nazis by being racist, by trying to be Nazis light, right? And the good thing about populism is you get the Nazis in the same way that you get the non-voters, right? if you do populism, you get everybody. Right? But you have to address the concerns of the people who feel disillusioned by American politics. You don't center the voices of the Nazis. You don't center the voices of the white supremacists. And that's what Ezra Klein is doing here. Right? Ezra Klein is like, no, we must center the Nazi voices. We must expand the tent for the Nazi voices. If I may understand how they come to their worldview and in turn back the radicalization. Again, I think that is priority number 12 on the list. I'll say it. I said it before, I'll say it again. If the Democrats did populism, you don't need to convert a single Nazi, and then the Republicans will never win an election in their entire lifetime. And then you can spend the time, right, systemically undoing the radicalization, right, after protecting the marginalized people when you have like the non-voters on their side, right? It's like it comes as a package deal. You do populism, you number one will always win elections because the Republicans will have nothing to run on against you. And then number two, the Nazis will just stop being Nazis, right? After their material conditions are met and they're not like being spoken to by the Republican Party because they would be the losing party. You know what I mean? Somebody says it to Ezra, please. Most people are not single issue voters, and those on the right that would never vote Democratic anyway. I don't think that that's always the case, but I think by and large, it doesn't matter. You don't need them. You know what I mean? I think all too often we get into a conversation about like how many of the white supremacists, racist, transphobic Republicans would vote for the Democrats in a, you know, given what the Democrats say. And my take is you genuinely do not need them, right? You need to engage politically inactive people. Why is that not the case? Why is that not the case? You feel me? The Nazis will come. You feel me? The white supremacists will come. They will leave the Republican Party when the Republican Party stops winning. You know what I mean? They will. Exactly. That convo drives me insane because I've never heard that in the media, even from the left. The problem with populism is that you should be honest in politics. Otherwise, you run into fantasy of living an alternative fantasy of reps. Well, yeah, obviously you do the populism. The problem is the Democrats won't do it, right? But if the Democrats do the populism, it will be effective. But despite that, even if you won't do it, you should lie. I stand on that. The Democrats should lie more. Even if you don't plan on doing populism, lie about it. Lie about it, take the levers of power, and then completely dismantle, piece by piece, the Republican Party. That, if you ask me, Sean, if you were given the reins of the DNC, right, and could produce DNC strategy, they already lie though? No, they don't. Not really. Right? I mean, they lie about doing like slightly reasonable things. But if you're going to lie, it sounds like a lot of work. What do the focus groups think? Right? They lie a little bit, but they don't even lie all the way, right? They stopped caring about even lying, right? You know who it worked for, chat? There was a president, a Democratic president in contemporary society that lying about doing a populist agenda actually worked for motivating out Republicans. Do you know who it was? It's gosh darn freaking two-term Barack Obama. Obama lied about doing populism. He got racist white people out there voting for him. You got a Klansman Joey walking down to his polling place and circling the name of Barack Hussein Obama, right? Black man, because he was freaking doing populism. He was lying, but it doesn't matter. You got the vote. You got the vote, but it amounted to nothing. But that's the problem. That's a different thing, right? Them not doing anything with the power is a separate conversation. You lie, you get the vote, you take the power, and then you use the power to brick by brick dismantle the Republican Party. This is what pisses me off about the Prop 50 discussion. Like, should the Democrats use gerrymandering in their own, to their favor, right? I hate this discussion, right, about gerrymandering in California because it shouldn't be a conversation. The Democrats should have taken the levers of power and completely eviscerated the Republican Party before this even became a problem. Right? In 2020, when Joe Biden won, first of all, right, in 2008, when Barack Obama won, right, you should be like, okay, no more Republican Party anymore. I, as president, decree no more Republican Party, right? We're going to institutionally walk back all gerrymandering, no redlining. We're going to do actual populism, right? And we're going to stop the Republicans from essentially doing what they always do, and that is cheating, right? They didn't do that, but in 2020, Trump tries to steal the election, you throw him in jail. The Republicans will do it for their own political enemies. We know because Trump is doing it right now. You do it before they can do it. Because you're the good guys and they're the bad guys. Why are you playing by the rules that nobody else is playing by? You're sitting there being like, a dog can't play basketball, and you're getting crossed up by freaking Air Bud. And you're like, but the rule book. And the dog is chewing on the rule book while dunking on you. Like, I'm sorry. Because they're controlled opposition? Yes, I understand Democrats are controlled opposition, right? Stop the cap, we need a Labour Party to do this. I'm not cap, what is the cap? What does that even mean? There's no cap here. I'm telling you that if the Democrats were effective, this is what they will do, right? I'm not saying they will do this. I'm not saying that they have an interest in doing this. I'm not saying that they're not completely captured by their donors to do this. I'm saying is give me the reins of the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, right? And you say, how do you stop the backslide into fascism? This is what I say that they should have done, right? Obviously, we know that it would never have happened because they are bad people who serve corporate interests, right? They suck and they're bad and they only want to lose because they are controlled opposition. But I'm saying, give me the power, and this is what I would do with the power. King Brokens, thank you for the 6 months in advance subscription. And then Chomsky Brain, thank you for the 6 month in advance subscription as well. I also made 35K. So W during my anti-liberal rant. Here, I'm gonna grab some Oreos. I'll be right back. I think I'll be a good politician because I want to be as evil as I can for good. And honestly, that's what you gotta do, chat.
Think it's true?
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know, I mean, there are things that I would say, you know. I probably would say what I said earlier, you know, in the interview about the force of, and as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States. You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, etc., is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who expect to hold office.
Yeah, so I agree with, right? I think that there are different jobs in all this. But when I say we began writing people off, I think that's something that happened. And I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of like underneath it, was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental, moral disagreements, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk. The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, the sort of culture that had emerged. It got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when
I was muted. I said, mods, can we run a poll? Are Oreo Thins, regular Oreos, or double stuffed Oreos the best type of Oreos? That's what I was asking. Hardest question yet. My answer, Thins. Thins are so good. Thins are so good. Double stuffed is too much. I'll take a regular every now and then. Double stuffed, you can split them in a perfect in two. So having two Thins. Then they're just chocolate cookie. But the chocolate cookie is the best part. It's so good. Skinny King, let's go. You're wrong, but that's okay. That's crazy. I don't even think there's a mod here for me to join the poll. Ah! I dropped it. I'm still eating it though. I don't care. It's so good. Florio. No milk needed, baby. No milk needed. Freak. I'm normal. Peanut butter Oreos are my favorite. I'm allergic, so I can't even eat those. Forky with dogs. Hey, nothing is going to stand between me and an Oreo. Let's just pretend double stuffed one. No, I'll run the poll. Don't worry, chat. I'll run it for 2 minutes. Double stuffed is what Oreos, regular Oreos used to be. I added a secret third option. And that is golden Oreos. Hot take. I do not like golden Oreos. I hate them. They're so bad. They're so bad. They're gross. They're not gross, but they're just not good. My vote is mega. Golden Oreos don't count as Oreos. I don't like Oreos anymore, period. I like the lemon ones. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the lemon ones, but I will rather take lemon than the golden Oreos. The golden Oreos are so plain. They're so plain. At least the lemon has a little bit of flavor with it, you know? A little bit of, you know? A little bit of, If you have the maple ones, I am not Canadian. Lemon is zesty. Hey, you got something in common. Hottest take, mint Oreos are my favorite. I don't like mint as a flavoring, right? I get too much mint when I brush my teeth, you know? Mint as a flavoring is not good to me. I don't like mint ice cream. Mint chocolate chip. I'm not a fan. If you have the double chocolate ones, I have not had the double chocolate ones. I have Fruity Pebble Oreos. I love living here. Really? No mint ice cream? No mint ice cream. Mint chocolate chip is the best ice cream flavor? I disagree. I like vanilla bean. Unless a baddie's watching, in which case I like chocolate. Only chocolate. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Mint tea is nice. Maybe you like the mint flavor more. Mint tea is not bad. Okay, I can see that. I'm a cookie dough enjoyer. Recount the vote fraudulent poll. To be fair, if we remove golden Oreos, there's a potential that Oreo thins and double stuffed could be tied. So we do one more poll. Here's how Hillary can win. Vote in the poll, chat. That's cheating? What do you mean? I'm abstaining? There are so many Oreo flavors. Wait, there are golden Oreo thins? Okay, golden Oreos are two. Where are regular thins?
FJ Pins just subscribed. Show all I abstain chat.
Where are the regular thins at? I don't know. C? Oh, they are here. They're C? Okay. Incorrect list. Incorrect list. They put golden Oreos above thins? They put golden mega stuff above thins? Oreo minis aren't bad. I'm sorry, I can't. Get out of my face. I learned with Oreos like everyone else. You're really cookie experts in here. Oreo thins wins! I knew it. Federal judge rules against deportation of protesters of genocide. W. Judge finds Trump administration unconstitutionally targets non-citizens over Gaza war protests. The only problem is that just like, they're just gonna push through a bunch of other stuff, you know? They've been just like pushing through a bunch of other stuff with the Supreme Court. Honestly, doesn't even matter. This won't even hit the Supreme Court until like 2 years from now anyway. Right? This is a mere distraction from the other stuff that Trump is doing, right? He's doing stuff now that a judge will find unconstitutional in 6 months after the damage has been done, right? And then that will hit the Supreme Court in like 4 years, right? And the question I have, because I'm thinking about this when I got my Oreos, is why the flip did the Democrats not pack the courts? Why did Joe Biden oppose court packing? Why did Nancy Pelosi oppose court packing? They knew it was a very real possibility of Trump too. And they knew that they held the reins right, to do something about it. And they didn't even try. Because they never whipped the votes. No. It's worse than them never whipping the votes, right? It's literally worse than that. They were just against it. They didn't even start the process of vote whipping because Nancy Pelosi said that she had no intention of even whipping the votes. It's frustrating. It makes me mad. It makes me mad. And honestly, it's part of the reason why Kamala Harris lost in the first place. I voted for the Democrats in 2020 specifically to do stuff like, packing the courts so that there is not a 6-3 Republican conservative-led Supreme Court. And they refused to do it. I voted for them so they can cancel my student loans. Failed to do it. I voted for them to at least have some accountability for the police for killing the black people. Didn't do it. Ruined again by Chuck Schumer's imaginary friends. It pushed my brain so much that Dems don't even have the will to win, even if it means they can better serve the corporate masters. They're allergic to good politics. Yeah. Dems are metaphorical killers, and that's why we need metaphorical killers. Yeah. The right has hundreds of lawsuits prepped with the goal of getting to the Supreme Court. Because it doesn't organize the foresight Dems could not even fathom. This is the worst part. The Dems could fathom it. You want to know why? It's because we told them. Not even just like we. They're strategists. Right? And the media told them this is what the Republicans' plan was. Heck, the Republicans told them. It was written in the project. Literally in the project. That this was their plan. Oh, this is on the Comey stuff? That's actually pretty relevant. I think I did some good work here overall. I guess is that the most people are going to want to fast forward to the 34-30 mark. Kerry and David from North Carolina. David from North Carolina. Yo, why does it dog it? I want to get through this.
I say, like, in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, like going in.
Like, here's how we're about to do the magic of fascism here in the PDF. Everyone is still shocked and confused. Yeah. The Project 125 say anything about shutdowns? I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't have to because the Republicans aren't doing anything unique with this shutdown. Right? I can say that specifically because Republicans did this with the last shutdown. They always shut the government down to extract concessions from the Democrats because they know the Democrats are weak. Right? So, honestly, they probably didn't even need to put it in writing because it's just been the Republican game plan for the last 2 decades. You feel me? I was going to need to move to China or Japan, just curious. Democrats preemptively conceded everything with the threat of a shutdown. Exactly. That's what they do every time. They did it when they were in power, chat. They literally did it when they were in power. They held the reins. And they gave concessions to avoid a shutdown. And now they're not in power, and they're still giving concessions to avoid a shutdown. When are they gonna fight? When are they gonna fight, bro? This is my opposition party, dog. Did you even see that Trump said he expected pushback from the Dems, but they're not doing anything? I did not see that. They're actually giving concessions. They will. They're not fighting. They're not actually engaging. Right? They're saying he needs to meet with us. Why is he not meeting with us? That's all they're doing. They're not demanding anything. They're just saying when the government shuts down it will be Trump's fault, which is what they should be saying. But they're not saying, all right, Republicans, if you don't want the government to shut down, this is what we need. And the problem is that they can't do that because the Republicans don't care. That's the issue. The Democrats have zero leverage because if the government shuts down, it doesn't matter because who's going to stop them? It's not like the Republicans care about optics. Okay, cool. They shut the government down. What next? You see Trump posted a video mocking Schumer's description of the meeting they had? No. Is this it?
I thought would be met with fury on the left, but they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are.
Bro, he's laughing at us. He's laughing at us. He was like, I was expecting some pushback, but they just kind of gave up, and we're just like, okay. Bro, he's doing the gritty on our grave, dog. SJ Pins, thank you for the 4 months. He is pointing again laughing. I just look at his face, bro. He did not post this. Stop.
Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight.
That's so crazy, bro.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak.
I'm sorry, I can't with okay, this is the honestly the AI voiceover or whatever, boring lame. This is legitimately the funniest part of the entire video.
English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know?
It's just sad mariachi sounds.
For a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no...
Oh, I can't.
Hermoso cariño, que Dios me ha mandado a ser destinado no más para mí. Precioso regalo, del cielo ha llegado.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm easy. I'm too easy. I'm sorry. You put a hat and a fake mustache on a person. It will make me laugh. You put a hat and a fake mustache on a person. It will make me laugh. I'm sorry.
Y que me ha colmado de dicha y amor. Hermoso cariño, que estoy como un niño con nuevo juguete, contento y feliz. Todos.
You are no amigo of mine. Oh, bro, how many different layers of references do you need to know to get that joke? But if you know it, it's so funny. Oh my goodness. I can't. Okay, wait, somebody sent me the original. Where's the original at? I lost it. I got distracted. I can't.
Okay. Well, we met with the president for the first time since all of these issues started, even though we have requested repeated meetings with Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson, and the president. We have very large differences on health care and on their ability to undo whatever budget we agree to through rescissions and through impoundment, as well as pocket rescissions. And I think for the first time, the president heard our objections and heard why we needed a bipartisan bill.
Oh, wow, he heard you. You spoke words to him and he heard you. That's great. That's great. I love this being the opposition party.
Has not one iota of Democratic input. That is never how we've done this before. When I was leader, we negotiated 4 times.
Yeah, and that's your own fault, dog. I'm sorry.
With Republicans, and we never had a shutdown. And so it's up to the Republicans whether they want to shut down or not. We've made to the president some proposals. Our Republican leaders will have to talk to them
Trump
about
is finally listening to us. It's pure cope. Hey, it is premium cope. You're right.
Ultimately, he's the decision maker. And if he will accept some of the things we asked, which we think the American people are for, on health care and on rescissions, he can avoid a shutdown. But there are still large differences between us.
There's a difference between Schumer and Trump. He is no friend of his.
Frank and direct discussion with the President of the United States.
Oh, good. Now we know that they said words to him and he heard them, and it was a frank discussion. Nice.
And Republican leaders, but significant and meaningful differences remain. Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. And we are not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They will.
Of everyday Americans. Period. Full stop. There's a Republican-caused healthcare crisis.
Subsidy Baga, thank you for the 4 month.
And community-based
Much appreciated.
all across the country, in rural America, urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout this country. And that crisis is happening right now. And that's why we believe there is urgency to both keeping the government open, reaching a bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, their economic well-being and quality of life, while also addressing the dangerous Republican healthcare crisis.
We laid out to the president some of the consequences of what's happening in healthcare. And by his face and by the way he looked, I think he heard about.
You guys are going to love this, by the way. This is the Department of Housing and Urban Development. the radical left is going to shut down the government and inflict massive pain on the American people unless they get their 1.5 trillion wish list of demands. The Trump administration, I don't know why I was going a little bit of Trump. The Trump administration wants to keep the government open for the American people. Sure. Yes, this is on the official site of the Housing and Urban Development. Yeah, good luck to the Democrats winning this this optics war against somebody who don't even really care about optics.
Something for the first time.
Why is housing.gov saying this? Because they're just doing whatever they want to do. Also, shout out to hashtag open modal being the way to open the modal up. You know, I wonder how this is built. What framework is built with? Freaking WordPress? It feels very WordPressy. Get the Wix? No, they didn't make it through Wix.
Closing a
Why you
road.
hating? I'm a hater.
Hospitals. The fact that so many clinics are closing. And I don't know if he knew this before, but
I'm sorry, I literally cannot listen to them talk without this music in the background.
that people will pay $4,000 more a year, $400 more a month, close to $5,000 more a year on their health care premiums if we don't do anything. And people don't know what to do. The average working family can't afford that. I told him how I met a mother who was crying to me because her daughter had cancer. And what has happened with health care, with what they have done, she's going to watch her daughter suffer and maybe die. And so he seemed to, for the first time, understand the magnitude.
I guarantee, this is what I think is going to happen. The Democrats are going to symbolically let the shutdown happen to try to blame it on Republicans and then realize that they have no leverage and they're going to lose the optic war because they're stupid, and then they're going to make a deal to open it back up. That's what's going to happen. Right? If they were really about it, they let it shut down. Let it shut down. Do not concede on anything. They've been spoiling the movie, dude. Spoilers. And I shouldn't even say he doesn't care and they make him look good here. I mean, it wouldn't matter regardless. Seattle is the biggest thing they have in common with Trump. True, actually. That's a very good point.
Of this crisis, and we hope he'll talk to the Republican leaders and tell them we need
Oh, yes. Hoping Trump does the right thing. I, too, base the entirety of my political instincts off of hoping that Trump does the right thing. Indeed.
An input on health care, on rescissions into their bill. Their bill does not have these. They never talk to us. Thune didn't negotiate with me. Johnson didn't negotiate with Hakeem. And on the key issues, the Appropriations Committee, which has talked about 3 of the smaller bills, they're good bills, they said the appropriators couldn't agree and said kick it up to the 4 leaders. They still haven't talked.
And let me say, we're deadly serious about addressing the Republican-caused health care crisis because it's a deadly serious issue for the American people. Largest cut to Medicaid.
Does anybody believe this? Like, genuinely, do you think this works for even your aunt? Your Democratic aunt? Do you think that she hears this and she's like, well, they said they were deadly serious, so...
664 just subscribed. We'll support you, brother. You got the
They're trying to make Republican-caused healthcare crisis happen so bad. And the weirdest part is that it's literally the truth. How do you have such a hard time portraying the truth to people? Maybe it's because people don't think the Democrats actually stand for healthcare. If they thought the Democrats were the party of healthcare, maybe this would have some staying power. But they don't. We just spent the last freaking at least 8 years, right? With the Democrats conceding on, universal health care or more Medicare for all being bad and scary and wrong, right? And the most we need to do is just increase provisions for Obamacare. So maybe they just have not adequately portrayed themselves as the party who cares about healthcare. There's been nothing about healthcare in the last election. Exactly.
In American history, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics closing right now. The fact that more than 20 million Americans are on the brink of experiencing dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which benefit working class Americans. And we pointed that out. I pointed that out. Working class Americans, their health care, that's what we're fighting to preserve, to defend, and to strengthen. Thank you.
Leader Schumer. We're going to shut down.
Is the government going to shut down in 30 hours?
Wait, this was 21 hours ago. Is there 9 hours for a shutdown? Is the shutdown happening? Play the mariachi music.
Hermoso cariño, hermoso cariño, ya estoy como un niño, con nuevo juguete, contento y feliz.
But again soon, we shall see. Okay. This is such a funny picture. I can't take it seriously because it's such a freaking funny picture, dog. Could we get Mariachi Jeffries as an emo? I mean, if somebody wants to clip a better screenshot than this, then they can. And just send it to me. Or send it to me. Anyway, let's focus back up. Focus up, chat. Back to Ezra Klein. Activists, thank you for the 3 months. Much appreciated. Chat, 5 gifted subs and more will hit a bonus gifted sub or more from Valorant for today and today only. But I will take your individual subs as well. I do appreciate that. Relevant. We're starting a hat emo collection. He was trying to give the gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. Valorant get with the 1 gifted. Thank you.
Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Alba.
I did see this. No spoilers though. I want to get to that part. Dutch, thank you for the 3 months. Valorant doing dirty. I know.
I live like a capitalist every single
Hey,
day.
hype train started though.
I live as a capitalist.
So, God, y'all know what you want to do. You know what you want to do, chat.
Having debates, using them opportunistically. A lot of people have thrown back at me that, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth. He was doing politics. He was trying to persuade people. And
he was doing propaganda, Ezra. He was propagandizing. Yo, we got 2 that time. Yes. Wait, 3. We got 3. TSS Bar, thank you for the 5 gifted subs with the Valorant added 3 on top. W. 5 for 3, not bad. Not bad. Politics is when you lie, knowing the truth. Exactly.
I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
Would you like to see one of us put up a sign outside of, say, some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion?
Jedi Bilbo, thank you for the 2 months. Am I doing this right? I mean, you're doing something right. Thank you. I appreciate that. People say the left hated Charlie Kirk, but I live like a capitalist every single day. Shake still exists in leftist circles for all time. Yes.
And then use that content to say such and such smashes, you know what I mean, church parishioner here, such and such owns church parishioner.
I would like to see.
Would you like to see
people on our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches. Go to places where
wait, and propagandize and stoke radical hatred, I wouldn't see that. I wouldn't want to see that either. Like, I don't want to see like leftists put a hyperfixation and focus on like centering Nazis. I just don't. I want to protect the marginalized people that currently exist and make the lives better for everyone. Yeah, Destiny does that. And it sucks. And it's not effective.
That feel unfriendly, have conversations, and look, I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business, and I don't use, capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do it more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, or at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term our here. But we weren't doing that either.
Mr. Guapo, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated.
I don't know that we weren't. I know I, for instance, I have. Like, I know I, for instance, I...
Yo!
About to go get the Henny.
50 for 10, not bad. Wait, 5 for 1. Actually, no, it's the same thing as 5 for 1.
I was about to go get the
DZM. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Huge 50 bomb. Much appreciated. Level 10 hype train is crazy. And Valorant with the 10 gifted on top of that. 5 more gifted to complete the level 10 hype train, but I appreciate that. Thank you. How'd I miss on that sub? I mean, you have a Twitch Prime, so if you have a Twitch Prime, you have Prime Gaming. So you have a Twitch Prime, you can use that here as well. Jen's Blaine, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well, and Valorant with the extra 1 on top. 35k follows. Yeah, we hit 35k already as well. It's a W. We out here, September. You know how it is. Gang times, but you can't see him because they're underneath the camera.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Malakat just subscribed.
Malakat, thank you for the 6-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Welcome back. Hello. How should Ezra Klein inspire champions focus on throwing the match? True.
I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation. For instance, I think about when I went.
Hey, Valorant should have an Ezra Klein themed champion that your only ability is to pull your allies to the right. And that's it. That is your only ability. Your only ability is just to pull your allies to the right. That's the only thing you can do. Lyric has to give her the 20-month resubscription. It's crazy. Is Stream Wars happening this year? Honestly, I don't know. Let me see. In December, I'm working with a sponsor. I haven't heard anything about it. When did nominations start? Last year. Chat, can you believe that I was a hidden gem nominee 2 years ago? And now I'm averaging like 700 viewers? That's crazy. Oh, I gotta stop opening these things. Pirate software. The clip on that was hilarious. Thank you. Voting was November 26th. When were nominations? November 11th. The voting started. Nominations closed November 5th. Okay, we have a month. Choose a clip yet? No. I'll choose a clip if I get nominated. Or around then. Was it the Ninjago one? No, that was a new clip. It was the Flash clip from a while ago. Hey, focus up.
Went up to West Point, and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have, at that time, Confederate memorials up there.
Also, chat, I will say, we are at level 11 hype train. Any bits or subs or gifts, if you wanted to drop, feel free to do so. Also, what happened? Somebody said that Pirate Software apparently was getting sued for fraud for his hype train record. Is that true? Did they get drama farmed?
And to, talk about, a Confederate, I can't remember, what the model is exactly. But basically,
DZM looking for the 50 gifted on top of that. Valorant with the extra 10. Huge W, much appreciated. Another 50 bomb is crazy. The rich get poorer. The rich get poorer and the poor get me. Wait. I be the poor. Poor get richer. That's what I meant to say. Alexi B, thank you for the tier 1. But DZM, thank you for the 100 gifted in total. W gifting 100 subs before even putting your first message in there. That's crazy. It's wild. I respect that, and I do appreciate it as well. W. If you get to the sub, say shout out DZM. The perfect chatter indeed. It's gonna be a leftist when King Henry is his biggest gifter. The monarchy. Up the monarchy.
basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me, and I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns what.
W, humble lurkers. We respect the lurkers here. Lurkers have a home here.
West Point cadets.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
I'm sorry, say more. No, I mean, what do you mean?
I think there really was a move towards the sort of approach Clinton is offering here. I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the
I will define the we,
like,
right? Because I actually think this is a very hard thing about talking about political parties.
Right.
Because they're diffuse.
Right.
Right? It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such a big backlash that when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic.
Right.
Bro, he's talking about relevancy through like social media terms. He has to realize that doesn't necessarily mean influence, right? Like becoming a trending topic on Twitter for a day is not like indicative of power, Bernie Sanders getting backlash for going on Joe Rogan is not indicative of power. What is Charlie Kirk cheering on as police brutalize black people, as trans people have their humanity stripped away, as unhoused people are systematically removed from society, as immigrants are separated from their families and deported to countries that they've never been. That's power. You can't equivocate, right? You can't equivocate the left and cancel culture with like the powers that be. Bundle up, give her the 5 gifted subs. With Valorant dropping a 2 for 5. W, not bad. Much appreciated. Hype train level 13. 4 more for 12 or 4 more for 13. 35K and still not 30-hour stream. It'll happen at some point. Trust and believe.
Elizabeth Warren for
I was like, Bruno, he sees the world so disconnected from reality, both ignorant and this necessity of his donors. Bringing the sub record tonight. Are we bringing the sub record tonight? What is my sub record? Does it say? Oh. Record is level 16. We're at level 12 right now. There's only 45 seconds left. So hey, if you want to throw some bits down, some subs down, can we beat level 16? Yo, but leave a 10, get the subs as well. And Val a little stingy with the 2 for 10, but it's fine. I appreciate it regardless. We hit level 13. We're now at level we're now at level 13, waiting for level 14. Here, I'll play this for a second.
going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic. Right. There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle. Right. I think there was.
That's not power, though. Dave Chappelle still has a career. Bill Maher still has a career. Joe Rogan still has a career. Bernie Sanders still has a career. Right? That what he's talking about is not power. Reached our sub goal or follow. We reached our follow goal. We did. We hit 35K. Which I do appreciate. Hold on, hold. What was that? It was power, people trying to feel a semblance of it. Yeah, and he's talking about like that, like that is indicative of like a wider like power thing. And it's just not. Hold.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Oh, that worked. Okay. So Valo doesn't want to give me bonus subs, but I gift for my own. So shout out to Carla for the 5 gifted, and Valo with the 1. I'll take it.
Politics of content moderation that took hold. That was more about enforcing boundaries of what were and were not ideas we should be engaged with, than about engaging with them again.
Wait, now I can't see the hype train anymore. Hold on. Bears even for the 5 gifted as well. Valo with the 2. That's crazy. Bears got 2. I got 1. That's crazy. Much appreciated.
Even if opportunistically.
Gonna get into
And
it.
when I go back to something I was saying to you a minute ago, I am in a process right now of thinking we failed, right? We lost the
Don't forget I got 5 for 5. You got 5 for 5 for the very first gifted subs of the bonuses, which is kind of crazy. But what are we at now? Still level 14 hype train. Can we hit level 16 and beat the record, chat? That is the question. We're at 61% of level 14. Can we do it?
Terrible consequences. What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not?
Also, I realize we're 20 minutes into this video, bro. We're nowhere close to finishing.
And I think there is something in here. Do people feel like, even if they disagree with us on some...
It's like 6.5 per 5. That's like 0.7 times 1.3. Where does 6.5 come from? 91% of costs.
Things that they have a place with us. And my experience going around the country talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts lately, is that, rightly or wrongly, like what they took and something that really empowered Trump in the last election was a sense that they didn't. And like we were against them. And if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's in the end doing politics badly.
So I think 2 things. I think about
calling white supremacist is white supremacy. 6.5. I'm guessing what the average per gifts per 5 Valo gives. I thought it'd be more 6. Every 5 is, I guess 6.5 could work there. We could also just do this. Hold on. It's also because it's also discounted on top of that. We'll do this one. Boom.
about to go get the Henny.
Hey! I got 4 for 10. Easy.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Still not 5 for 5, but we're closer. All right, we hit level 14 complete. Now we're at level 15. 2 levels down.
How much you argued that, like, Biden shouldn't run again? What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? You know, like, there are other big explainers that I can see for it. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, Tennessee Cotes is correct, right?
They don't feel so
Yeah, like Ezra Klein is like, you know, well, it's because we call Trump deplorables. That's why we lost. And Tennessee Cotes is like, well, maybe it's just the fact that, I don't know, Joe Biden stayed in for so long and he could have not done that. Which is true. Valorant, thanks for the sub. W Valorant for the gifted sub.
You know, the other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but, you know, when you say fatalism, like, I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going. It's that you don't underestimate what you are up against. You know, it's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these articles about how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time, racially resentful. I call it racist, but racist, that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog, Bo. Mm-hmm. That's not a small amount of power. Like, that's not a small force. And so, you know, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like, I would watch those.
Remember Ezra Klein needs to be booked for hate crime in his article and video? Yeah.
Clips of him saying those things, man. And I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel that you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness. You know what I mean? To keep going.
In today's super competitive business environment,
it's more in Trump's first. This is a great point. And I think
test intelligence data 1H 2025.
So I think this is a great point. And I think I really saw it. In some ways more in Trump's first term, but I see it now too. Which is the worse, from your perspective, my perspective, the other side gets, the more people want their reaction to sort of be, and their strategy to be emotionally consonant with how they're feeling about it. Because these people are so bad, there can be no quarter, right?
Well, that's not what he's saying, right? Ezra Klein is saying, ignore how bad these people are. Tennessee Cotes is saying, understand that people are bad. They are racist. They do racist things, right? And move accordingly with that to craft your politics. Ezra Klein is like, no, you must ignore it, right? It's the audacity of a white man. He's a white man. It's very easy for him to be like, let's be objective here, all right? Racists are people too, right? Why are we not engaging with racists like they are normal, regular, everyday people? Like their ideas are worth engaging with, because there are. Feel me? I see with Hassan's New York Times piece was that he left out racism as an explanation of Kirk. I appreciate that Cotes does not. Did we read Hassan's New York Times piece here? I don't know if we did or not. Probably not. I was probably busy.
Somebody we both know. I'll say an eminent academic of one form or another.
Okay.
Emailed me after these pieces and just say to me, like, we are not on the same side anymore. Mm-hmm. Right? The what I was doing, it was too far, right? Like, we are just not on the same side, if I could say these things. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling right now that we are closer to genuine national rupture. Certainly we've been in my lifetime, right? The idea that this experiment, that America could topple into something else, into something much worse, into some kind of new extended regime, feels very real to me, right? I remember.
That's a little bit silly, in my personal opinion. I don't think we're doing or we're seeing the end of the American empire. It won't be like this that does it. All right, people are too comfortable. People are too, like life is too normal for the everyday populace for that to be the case. We're seeing the end of the neoliberal experiment. That very much can be the case, yeah. We're seeing the end of the Democratic Party as it currently exists. 100%. That's true. Which is Ezra Klein's life. That's fair. So him seeing the end of like neoliberalism is him being seen like this is the end of the world. Ezra Klein can more readily imagine the end of like America than to imagine the end of neoliberalism. He's like, what is America if not a neoliberal empire, right? That is at the behest of corporate overlords, and that is based upon good faith debate between me, a left wing liberal, and Nazis. It's not gonna be a day when America falls to fascism as a boiling frog. Ezra talks about it like one day the White House will roll out swastika flags, and the day will be. The day before will be shining on a shining city on a hill. Exactly. Eventually, it gets so much worse before the average person will feel the need to revolt. Yeah.
Remember when I was on the Why We're Polarized book tour?
I interviewed you for it.
You
I
did, yeah.
remember.
The end of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state.
The political assassinations of who? Ezra. Because they were very much disproportionate towards certain communities. Also, I thought we were limiting the scope. What happened to limiting the scope? Now we're talking about the 60s? Psh, I thought that was too far. Like, when Ta-Nehisi Coates brings up the racial tension that started, right, or that continued into the 60s, he was like, let's limit the scope to 8 to 10 years, or 8 to 12 years. Now he's like, thinking back to the 1960s when it serves his argument. And I will say, I might call it here. I might call it here. We're at 25:32. We'll pick this up tomorrow, if not the day after. I do have some work I need to get into. We hit 35K. So that's pretty cool. I like that. That was nice. And yeah. Right, the serves. Don't tell me what to do. Anyway. Did you hit 1K subs though? No. We're still one away from 1K. We're close though. I feel like we're close to my bones. We are close. Oh, I'm still live on YouTube. Hold on.